Call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 1, grievance debate, resumption of debate on the question that grievances be noted.
The question is that grievances be noted. The member for Calare.
Deputy Speaker, I rise today to speak on an issue that has caused deep concern, frustration and real distress within communities and country communities right across our nation, particularly those communities in regional Australia. I speak of the recent state and federal gun law reforms and the way they have been introduced, rushed through and ultimately imposed upon law-abiding Australians. Let me begin by stating clearly that every single one of us in this chamber condemns, without hesitation, the horrific acts of violence that occurred on the 14th of December 2025. These acts of terror were evil, they were shocking, and it shook our sense of safety as a nation. In the face of such tragedy and such terror, our responsibility as lawmakers is to respond carefully, transparently, and based on evidence. Above all, it's to ensure that we are seeking to prevent future harm, and in doing so, we do not unfairly penalise those who have done nothing wrong. And unfortunately, what we've seen from the state and federal governments has fallen short of that standard. And from the very beginning, many country Australians observed that the government's first instinct was not to call a full and transparent Royal Commission into the causes of this terrorist attack. Instead, the first impulse was to immediately push for tighter gun laws. And that decision left many people asking why the reluctance to fully examine the circumstances that allowed such an act of terror to unfold. Because there are serious questions that remain unanswered. Questions like how individuals with known links to extremism dating back years were able to get access to licensed firearms in circumstances where at least one of them was on a watch list. How was it that alarm bells weren't ringing when these people visited high-risk regions, extremist hotspots? Where were the gaps in our intelligence sharing systems, and why were they not closed earlier? How did these terrorists slip through the net? And these are not abstract questions. And in the aftermath of that, law-abiding gun owners in regional New South Wales and Australia have been shocked that the law turned to them rather than asking these key questions in the first instance. And this is not good governance, and it's not respectful policy making that engages and consults with regional Australians. And in the electorate of Calare, the impacts of these reforms are far-reaching, and it's hitting our small business people. Take, for example, the story, and also genuine licensed firearm owners. Take, for example, the story shared with me by Glenn Floyd from Canobolas Hunting Club. Glenn, like many others, has expressed deep concern, not just about the substance of the laws, but also about the process. He spoke about the complete lack of transparency and the growing sense of uncertainty, of everything being up in the air with too many unanswered questions. And these sentiments are widely shared. He says, in regional communities, firearms are part of everyday life. They are used responsibly in farming, pest control and sporting activities. They are tools of trade and tradition managed under strict licensing and regulation. Yet he feels that under these new laws, these same law-abiding individuals are being unfairly affected and unfairly treated. He adds, small businesses like his are bearing the brunt of these changes. And he says, I know of a local gun shop owner that usually sold between 15 and 20 firearms per month. He's now lucky to make a single sale every 3 or 4 months. Ray Hawkins and Matt Sherm from Bullet and Bits in Orange shared Glenn's view and said the new gun laws are having a hugely adverse impact. Matt said, in the last 6 months, we've sold 15 firearms, when before we sold between 3 to 5 firearms per week. When you're not selling firearms, you're not selling the accessories like scopes, sand mounts. The only real turnover is ammunition. That should be scopes and mounts. The only real turnover is ammunition. Ray and Matt have also had to pull stock off the shelves and remove clothes racks out of the store because they can't afford to restock them. Ray said, before the gun laws were passed, we ordered a lot of stock for 2027, and now we simply can't sell it. It's had a significant impact on my staff, with hours being reduced and cut back. They said the ability for people to purchase a firearm permit is up from 28 days to 120 days, averaging around 90 days. All of this combined has had a big flow-on effect to wages and employment. Ray said, you have to make significant cuts to keep things going. We are already locked into rent and other bill payments when reforms were introduced, so there is no way out. For now, Ray and Matt struggle with no direction. He added, it's frustrating. You just have to try and keep people in jobs and pay your bills. These are small businesses that are going out of business because of these gun laws, both state and federal. Shane from Mudgee Firearms has had to take up other work to keep his staff employed and his shop open. Shane said, since the laws were passed, trade is down 80%. He said, speaking with some other local business trade is down to 85%. Like Glenn from Bullet and Bits, Shane said, we have to now heavily rely on the sale of ammunition to keep things afloat. The biggest requirement that has slowed sales is the permit process. I am taking more people through the firearm safety training course, but everything stalls after they complete the course because of the permit process. The biggest thing for people is the uncertainty of it all. What do we do? It's very stressful. He then adds, being in Mudgee and having to deal with the closure of the Great Western Highway has also compounded these issues because people simply stop coming out to the Central West. Firearm retailers across the country are reporting dramatic downturns in sales, some by as much as 75%. These businesses are being destroyed. These business owners have put their lives into these businesses and made massive financial investments, and these businesses are literally being destroyed. One of the other things that law-abiding gun owners are asking is, who exactly should these laws be targeting? Because they're not targeting criminals at the moment. Criminals and terrorists do not obtain firearms generally through legal channels. They do not comply with licensing regimes, and they are not going to be the ones to hand in illegal weapons as part of a buyback scheme. It's going to be the law-abiding gun owners that hand in their guns. And the simple truth is that these laws do not address the core issue of illegal firearms and the networks that supply them. Instead, they penalise those who are already doing the right things. The crooks and the terrorists are not going to be handing in their guns. And so, you've got political parties using these laws to deflect from government failings, which quite frankly could and should have prevented these attacks. And our streets are awash with illegal firearms. I recently spoke to a police officer and had this conversation with him. What we need to be doing is getting those illegal firearms off the street, not penalising law-abiding firearm owners who are doing the right thing and continue to do the right thing. And also the small business owners who are going broke because of these laws. What we want is for the government to get to the bottom of what went on that day, but the Interim Royal Commission report, which was released, was very concerning. It basically said on page 8 of that report, no Commonwealth or state intelligence or law enforcement agency has suggested that it was prevented from taking prohibitive actions before or on 14 December 2025 by the then current legislative and authorising framework. In this respect, no issue requiring urgent or immediate action has been identified. That's what we're worried about, that law-abiding gun owners are going to bear the brunt of these laws for political reasons, and we're not actually going to get to the bottom of what happened, and we're not going to be dealing with the genuine issues out there that this country needs to address.
Thank you. The member for Corangamite.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The choices a government makes make a great deal of difference and show a great deal about its values. For the Albanese Labor government, those values are crystal clear. We value families, we value opportunity, we value aspiration and equality, and we value the contribution women make every single day to their families, to their workplaces, to their communities and to our nation. That's why so much of the work we do in this place is about creating opportunity for women, strengthening families and building a fairer Australia. Because when women do well, everyone benefits. Deputy Speaker, across my electorate of Corangamite in Victoria, I've spoken with countless women about the realities of balancing work and family. I've often spoken to mums preparing to welcome their first child, to women and men returning to work after parental leave, to grandparents helping care for grandchildren during the school holidays, after school and over weekends, so that their daughter can stay in the workforce and pursue a career. And while every family story is different, the challenges they describe are remarkably similar. The pressures of paying the mortgage while taking time away from work, the cost of raising children, the concern about whether taking time away from work today will affect their financial security tomorrow. These are real pressures. They are lived experiences. And that's why paid parental leave matters. From tomorrow, eligible families welcoming a new little person or adopting a child will be able to access up to 26 weeks of government-funded paid parental leave. This really matters, Deputy Speaker. It means families accessing the full entitlement receive almost $30,000 in support, more than $1,000 a week. And because of our changes to the system, more families will be eligible as income thresholds increase. This means more time with the newborn, more financial security, and more choice and flexibility for Australian families. Being a first-time parent comes with so many unknowns and so much uncertainty, and these reforms are designed to give parents the time and financial security to set up a family for success and share parenting duties. Deputy Speaker, these changes to paid parental leave speak to our government's values. We recognise that caring has value and that it's not always easy. For too long, women have paid an economic penalty for taking time out of paid work to raise children. This has contributed to women retiring with significantly less superannuation than men. It has reinforced inequalities that last long after children have grown up. And that's why paying superannuation on paid parental leave is such an important reform. It recognises that raising a family is one of the most important contributions anyone can make. And no parent should be financially disadvantaged in retirement simply because they choose to give their child the best possible start in life. Deputy Speaker, supporting women and families is, of course, about far more than just one policy. It's about recognising the value of work that has too often been overlooked. No sector demonstrates that more clearly than Australia's care economy. Whether it's the early childhood educator helping children learn and grow, the aged care worker supporting an older Australian with dignity and compassion, or the disability support worker helping someone live independently. These are professions built on care, and they are professions that have traditionally been undertaken by women, and for far too long they have been undervalued. Our government has taken a different approach. We have invested in aged care. We have supported significant wage increases for both early years educators and aged care workers. We have expanded access to early childhood education because we know it helps give children the best start in life while making it easier for parents, particularly women, to participate in the workforce. These are investments in Australians. These are investments in women and in families. Deputy Speaker, these are reforms driven by the Albanese Labor government. They are reform built on values. But not everyone in this place shares our view on the values of these reforms. Australians have not forgotten when mothers were labelled double dippers by former Coalition Treasurer Joe Hockey. They've not forgotten when women accessing paid parental leave were described as rotters. The member for Goldstein said, "It's not my choice that women have children, it's genetic." And more recently, we have heard calls to wind back workplace rights and attacks on paid parental leave itself. Senator Hanson is actually on the record stating that women get themselves pregnant for the money. And more recently, when speaking directly to women across Australia, she said, "You have the equipment, that's what you're here for." Those comments reveal a very different set of values. They reveal a disrespect for women. They suggest that caring is somehow less valuable, that supporting parents is an unnecessary expense, that investing in women is only optional, but to some unnecessary. The Albanese government rejects that thinking, and so do Australians. We know that supporting women is not a cost, it's an investment in stronger families, an investment in a child's future, an investment in economic growth, and an investment in a more equal Australia. That is why our work does not stop with paid parental leave. We have made the leaving violence payment permanent. We've introduced 10 days of paid family and domestic violence leave. We are reforming the child support system to stop financial abuse. We're investing record funding to address family, domestic and sexual violence. We are strengthening women's economic security at every stage of life. Each reform is important on its own. Together they tell a much bigger story. They tell the story of a government that believes women should have the opportunity to participate fully in our economy, to build financial security, to raise a family if they choose, and to live free from violence. Deputy Speaker, there is still more work to do. There always will be. But tomorrow, on July 1, another important step is taken. More families will receive paid parental leave. More women will receive superannuation while they care for a newborn. More parents will have the opportunity to spend those precious early months with their children. That is what progress looks like, because the choices a government makes do matter. They reveal what we value. This government values women. We value families. And this government will continue building an Australia where every woman has the opportunity and security and the support she deserves. Thank you.
Thank you. The member for O'Connor.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And I'm not sure he'd agree with me, but I think that 2019 may have been Bill Shorten's finest hour. The election in May 2019, he took a radical taxation package to the people, changes to negative gearing, Treasurer Bowen, or Shadow Treasurer Bowen as he was then, threw in double taxation of dividends and franking credits, and the country had a debate. We had a debate on the merits or otherwise, and history shows that those changes were voted down. But to Bill Shorten's credit, he took those changes to the people. They made the arguments. Then Shadow Treasurer Bowen famously said, if you don't like them, don't vote for them. And quite a lot of Australian people took his advice, and they didn't vote for them. And so, but as I say, you know, for Bill Shorten as the then opposition leader, at least he had the courage of his convictions to take those changes to the people. Now, fast forward 7 years, and what we've seen from the current government is virtually an identical set of taxation reforms announced in this year's budget speech, which were not taken to the people. There is no mandate. Whatever people may say, that opinion polls show or whatever else, there is only one poll that counts, and that is the poll that you take to the Australian people. And these changes were not taken to the Australian people. Now, there is nothing that has changed dramatically in the last 12 months or 14 months since the last election that justifies this change of position, inverted commas, for Hansard, that the Prime Minister has announced to the Australian people. Housing affordability was difficult leading into the 2025 election. There is not a great deal of difference today. In fact, in some cities, in Melbourne mainly, the price has come down in the last 6 months. So I don't buy the argument that things have changed so dramatically that it justified a change in position. But, Deputy Speaker, to go back to capital gains tax changes, but more pointedly the changes to negative gearing, when we had that debate in 2019, there was quite a lot of interesting information came forward, which I've retained to this day. Firstly, contrary to what many on the other side will have you believe, most people, in fact 70% of people who own a negatively geared property only own one. They're not slumdog millionaires who are, taking advantage of vulnerable tenants. They are mums and dads, nurses, police officers, people who work on middle incomes who are just trying to build some wealth for them and their families, for their retirement, over and above superannuation. And for those people, that is the only mechanism they have to do that. To negatively gear a property, to leverage some of the equity they have in their existing home, to buy a second property, and to build some wealth over time. And I absolutely applaud the people in my electorate of O'Connor who are doing that. There are around 17,000 people who own negatively geared properties, and I'll come to the reason why they do that in O'Connor in a moment. So the reason that negative gearing came in 1933, a long time ago, was to encourage private investors to invest in housing stock for the rental market, to save the government doing it. Now, the government seemed to be quite happy to step in and spend, I think the latest number is $50 billion in some attempt to replace private sector investment with public housing, which, by the way, is a state responsibility under our Constitution, not a federal responsibility. But the reason that negative gearing was brought in 1933 was to encourage that private investment. Now, if you own a negatively geared property or a rental property, you are effectively running a small business. You've purchased a property, you've purchased an asset. In many cases, you've borrowed the money to do that. You then rent that property out to generate revenue and income. And that is no different to what effectively a large listed company does. They own assets, they borrow money, they generate revenue, and they are allowed to deduct the costs in generating that revenue from their income, and that is what they pay tax on. That is a negatively geared property in a nutshell. Now, what the government has said is that we will take one business class across the entire economy, the ownership of housing for rental. We'll take that out of the system, the taxation system that every other small business operates under. So that is my first concern. My second concern is that in 1985, when a previous Labor government under then Treasurer Paul Keating removed negative gearing concessions, if we can call them that, I don't see them as that, there was an absolute drought in investment in rental properties, and we saw rents skyrocket, when rents skyrocket, vulnerable people, particularly low-income people, can't afford to buy rents, and we see a massive spike in homeless people as well, which we are already experiencing across parts of my electorate. Now, Deputy Speaker, the reason that I want to raise this issue on behalf of my constituents in O'Connor is that regional members, and my good friend the member for Lyne is here, will understand this. Many people that live and work in our electorates are doing so on effectively a temporary basis. If you're a police officer who took the financial incentive to go and work in Laverton, you're probably living in a grow house, a government-provided house, and you're looking to your future and your family's future. You're probably going to return to Perth at some stage. You're probably going to perhaps move to the coast. So you need to buy a property. You can live in the government house, but if you want to set yourself up for the future, you need to buy a property where you can retire. You need to have a foot on the rung of that particular ladder. Now, effectively what the government's done has said, okay, so that police officer in Laverton who's bought a property in Perth, who's renting that property out under the current negatively gearing arrangements, in future, the next police officer who goes to Laverton will not be able to do that. What does that mean for my community? It means it's going to get a lot harder to get the copper to go out to Laverton. It's going to be a lot harder to get the nurse to go to Kalgoorlie or Leonora or any of those types of places, because the financial incentive that they're offered to go to those places is going to be negated by the loss of negative gearing concessions on the property that they will buy. Now, Deputy Speaker, in other country towns where housing is cheap, but people want to retire to the coast. So many people who live in the smaller country towns where yes, housing is very affordable, they will also be looking to invest in a property somewhere where they want to retire. They might not want to retire in my hometown of Katanning, which is 170 k's from the coast in either direction. Most people that I know, they want to retire to the coast. So the mechanism for doing that, and one of the reasons they stay living in an inland country town, is that they can take that next step, they can invest in that property on the coast, and financially it works for them because they can set themselves up for their retirement. That avenue is now going to be cut off for people going forward. Now finally, in the last minute, Deputy Speaker, the capital gains tax changes and how that's going to impact people. So, young people saving, and I've got a daughter who's just started her first job and she's saving for her first home. But with inflation running at 5% and bank interest not quite running at 5%, she's actually going backwards if she puts her money in the bank. So my advice to her prior to the 12th of May was to invest in stocks and shares, and particularly exchange-traded funds, where over time the return is much greater than bank interest. But I can't give her that advice now, because when she goes to sell those shares that she's accumulated, she will be taxed at her marginal rate without the 50% discount. And that makes it pointless for her to try and save money through that avenue. Thank you.
Thank you. The member for Petrie.
Deputy Speaker, I rise today with a pretty simple message on behalf of households, pensioners, families and small businesses across Petrie. When energy prices come down, people should see that reflected in their bills. Not buried in fine print, not cancelled out by new fees, and certainly not delayed for months while energy companies work out how much savings they can keep. Those savings should be passed on to the hard-working women and men of Australia. People in our community are doing everything they can to manage their household budgets. They're checking their bills, they're switching off at the wall, they're running appliances at different times, and they're trying to make every single dollar stretch that bit further. Small businesses are doing the same. Local cafes, hairdressers, tradies, shops, manufacturers, and community clubs are all watching their costs closely. For them, electricity is not a luxury. It is not optional. It is one of the basic costs of keeping the doors open. So when the independent Australian energy regulator says the default market offer is coming down in southeast Queensland due to the reductions in wholesale electricity costs, people in Petrie should feel that across the retail offers. It should mean lower bills. It should mean real cost of living relief. The default market offer matters because it is the benchmark price that protects customers on standing offers and helps shape pricing across the market. In South East Queensland, that benchmark is heading in the right direction. That is good news for households and small businesses. For a long time, the debate around energy has been dominated by fear campaigns and slogans directed by the other side. But the truth is that the work of the Albanese Labor government has been doing is starting to show results. Trigger warning for those opposite. More renewable energy, more storage, more investment in the grid, a more stable wholesale market and a solar share offer are all helping to take pressure off of power bills. That is what we've been working towards. We have delivered energy bill relief, backed cheaper and cleaner energy, invested in renewables, batteries and transmission, and supported households and small businesses through a difficult cost of living period. Now, we're seeing electricity prices in South East Queensland starting to come down through that default market offer. But here is the issue, Deputy Speaker. A price drop only helps people if it actually reaches them. A lower benchmark does not mean much to the pensioner in Redcliffe if their bill stays the same. It does not mean much to the family in North Lakes if the savings are swallowed up by higher fixed charges. It does not mean much to the small businesses in Deception Bay if they're stuck on a bad plan. That is why energy providers are on notice. If companies operating in Petrie do not pass on these savings to local households and small businesses, they should expect to be called out. If retailers' prices are falling, they should be passed on to the consumer. If a company offers a better deal to new customers while leaving loyal customers on worse plans, that should be exposed. If providers refuse to give people in Petrie a fair go, I will name and shame them. People deserve transparency, they deserve honesty, and they deserve the full benefit of falling energy prices. This is not about having a go at the providers that are doing the right thing. If retailers pass along the savings, explain changes clearly, and help customers move on to better plans, they deserve credit for that. But any company that uses complexity to avoid giving customers a fair deal, they should expect scrutiny. We all know energy bills can be confusing. Daily supply charges, usage rates, time of use tariffs, controlled load, solar feed-in tariffs can make it hard enough for a person to work out what they're actually paying, let alone whether they're on the best deal. People should not need a law degree or a background in energy policy to know whether they're getting a fair price for electricity. That complexity can work against consumers. It can make it harder to compare offers. It can punish people who have stayed with the same provider for years, and it can allow savings to disappear before they ever reach a household budget. That's not good enough. This is why the Albanese government has put more protections in place for energy users. From this week, new rules for retailers will stop sneaky price hikes, preventing retailers from increasing prices more than once a year, prevent customers from being charged more than the standing offer price if the initial low-cost offer changes or expires. It bans excessive retailer charges like late payment fees for all retail contracts and ensure all customers will be entitled a fee-free payment method. And from later this year, it will ensure vulnerable Australians are receiving the best offer from their retailer, placing stronger onus on the retailers to assist hardship customers. The government is even more committed to making energy free. Let me say that again. The government is even committed to making energy free for 3 hours a day with the solar sharer offer. Energy will be free between 11 and 2 in South East Queensland, and I look forward to actually using that myself. When wholesale costs fall, when benchmark costs fall, and when the independent regulator says prices should be lower, people should see that clearly and fairly on their bill. This matters in Petrie because our community is full of people who are already doing their best. We have families with young kids, pensioners on fixed incomes, students, shift workers, small business owners, and community organisations. For them, energy prices are not some abstract policy debate. They are part of the weekly budget. They are the difference between feeling like you're getting ahead or falling behind. The difference between using the air conditioner on a hot Queensland night or worrying about what the next bill is going to look like. They're the difference between a small business putting money into new equipment or putting it aside for electricity costs. That is why this issue needs close attention. Over the coming months, I'll be encouraging people in Petrie to check their bills, compare their offers on energymadeeasy.gov.au and ask their provider one simple question: am I getting the benefit of the price drop? If the answer is no, they should ask why. And if that answer is not good enough, I want to know about it. Retailers should be able to explain exactly what they're going to do to pass along the savings to customers in Petrie. They should be treating existing customers as fairly as new customers, as small businesses should be seeing the reductions they are entitled to. Because loyalty should not be punished. A pensioner who has been with the same energy company for 15 years should not be paying more simply because they did not spend hours shopping around online. A busy family should not be left on a worse plan because they missed the notice buried halfway through their bill. A small business owner should not have to spend half a day trying to decode energy tariffs just to make sure they're not being ripped off. If prices are coming down, bills should come down. It really is that simple. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese Labor government understands that the cost of living is still the biggest pressure facing many households. We know that people have had to deal with higher grocery bills, higher rents, higher mortgages, mortgage repayments, and higher insurance costs. That is why every bit of relief matters. Energy bill relief matters, tax cuts matter, cheaper medicines matter, strengthening Medicare matters, and making sure power price reductions are actually passed on matters. This is about fairness. When government action helps bring costs down, families and small businesses should not be left waiting while big companies protect their margins. When the market improves, ordinary people should feel that benefit. And when retailers are doing the wrong thing, they should be held accountable. I welcome regulators looking closely at retailer behaviour. I welcome scrutiny of pricing practices. And I welcome this government's actions to that makes the energy market fairer and easier for consumers to understand. But local members of Parliament have a role to play too. My job is to stand up for Petrie, to make sure households in my community are not ignored, to make sure small businesses get a fair deal, and to make sure that when a price drop is announced, people actually see it. So let me be clear. Retailers should not expect silence if they fail to pass along savings. Complicated bills are not an excuse. A lower benchmark price must lead to lower local bills. Loyal customers should not be treated as easy targets. Deputy Speaker, the message from Petrie is clear. Energy providers need to do the right thing. They need to pass along savings, explain changes clearly, treat existing customers fairly, and support small businesses, and make sure the low energy prices reach the people they're meant to help. The Albanese Labor government is working to bring energy prices down. The default market offer shows progress is being made. Now retailers need to do their part. Cost of living relief only matters if it lands in the household budgets. A lower benchmark only matters if it reduces real bills. And a fair energy system only works if people can trust that the savings will be passed on. That is what I will fight for. That is what the people of Petrie expect. And that is why any provider that fails to give our community a fair deal should expect to be named and shamed. Thank you.
Thank you. The member for Dawson.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and I'm very pleased to speak at the grievance debate today because, let me tell you, there's a lot to grieve about. Australians are hurting. People are doing it tough, and the people in my electorate in Dawson are seeing their standards of living declining. And we're also seeing the Albanese Labor government is totally devoid of responsibility. They have no plan to get this country back on track. Everybody knows after 4 years of Labor, they are all worse off. And what has the answer been? To bring in a new budget that's high in toxic taxes, high in spending. There's actually $77 billion more of taxes in this budget. It's the highest taxing budget in history. Highest taxing budget in history. Let that marinate for a short period of time. And it's typical of Labor. When they run out of their money, they come after yours. So let's have a look at the budget in detail. It's also full of broken promises. Remember, the Prime Minister said before the election, 50 times I might add, not just a slip of the tongue, that no, there's going to be no changes to capital gains tax, no changes to negative gearing, no changes to trusts. And yet here we are in this budget, changes to capital gains, changes to negative gearing and changes to trusts. It is a direct assault on young people. Young people. People of my vintage, we've had all those tools for wealth creation, but they have now been taken away by this cruel Albanese Labor government. So young people in my electorate, they come up to me and say, Andrew, we want to get a house, but we can't afford a deposit at the present point in time. So what we do, we're going to invest in some shares or some cryptocurrency or some Bitcoin or something like that, so they can actually get a higher return so they can then afford a deposit. But what's happening now due to the capital gains? They're going to lose half of that opportunity. So it's going to make it harder for them to get that deposit. And negative gearing, another double whammy. So for somebody who's investing in a house, a rental property, who then can't negative gear it, what they will do is have to put those extra costs onto the rent. So the rent will go up. So for the young people who have just been slipped the the capital gains, now negative gearing is going to hurt them. It's just making it harder and harder for young people to get ahead. All the while, under the Albanese Labor government, inflation's going through the roof. We're seeing food going up, insurance going up, gas go up, electricity go up, mortgages go up. Now, they haven't gone up just a small amount. Grocery prices have gone up over 15%. Insurance prices, circa 37%. Gas prices, 38%. Electricity prices, 40%. And mortgages, well, they just keep going up and up and up. So it's harder and harder for young people to get ahead. And these are the aspirational classes. These are the people that will look after us, will pay their taxes, will go into the future. They will look after us. And another segment that has just been totally destroyed in this budget is the veterans. The $5,000 cap on allied health. I don't know how those opposites sleep at night knowing that they've done that. These fine men and women have put their bodies on the line, their lives on the line for this country. They didn't, when they went overseas or they put the uniform on, they signed a blank cheque. They were prepared to pay for their life and pay for it in blood. And yet now, when they come back, their allied health has been capped at $5,000. I think that's atrocious. Now, I've had veterans in my community come up to me and say, Andrew, $5,000, that will only last me 3 months. What am I supposed to do with the rest? Well, I think that's a very, very good question. And what concerns me the most is that these fine men and women who put their bodies and lives on the line for our country might have to then sacrifice their physiotherapy for their mental health. So to be able to get around and to be able to have the physio, they might have to sacrifice that so then they can go to their psychiatrist. I think that these fine men and women should be looked after. What about the housing? The 5% deposit. Well, I'll tell you a little bit about that. What's that's done is actually forced housing prices up. So then people are actually going to pay more for their house. But what it's also done is they haven't got as much in the deposit. So then when times change or if there's a decline, they could end up with negative equity in their property. This housing policy is an absolute disaster. And hidden in the budget papers, what about the widow tax? So if, unfortunately, someone gets separated or divorced or even, someone dies, then they will lose their provisions of capital gains and negative gearing that's been grandfathered. That was hidden into the papers. And the over 65s private health. This Albanese Labor government has slashed the rebate for the over 65s. So not only is the Labor government attacking the young people, they're also attacking our pensioners and our older people as well. It's clear that they want to tax from the cradle to the grave. There's nothing surer. I've never seen something that those opposite don't want to tax. But what we all know on this side of the house, the more you tax things, the less of it you get. And the fuel excise, well, that's just been cut. So now it's 16 cents. Now that is harder for rural and regional people. So people in my electorate, they don't have all the trams or the buses or can't jump on all the public transport. They have to drive. So they have to drive. So disproportionately, again, rural people are worse off with these increases in fuel prices. And also we're the engine room. So for our cane farmers, who are already doing it tough with input costs, fertiliser, fuel, gone through the roof, they need to be looked after with the fuel excise, because big tractors, cane harvesters, cane machinery does not run on fresh air and sunshine. And the other thing that needs to be looked at with the excise is our volunteers, our people like who look after Meals on Wheels, who volunteer their time but also their fuel. There needs to be something done for them as well. The other big issue that I have, Deputy Speaker, is the EPBC Act. So I've got farmers in my area that have what we call white X, that's what it's allocated. So they're entitled to clear that land, but now the new rules have said they can't clear that land. It's got to be locked up. Now, for those opposite, I just need to understand locking up good agricultural land or locking up any form of land does simply not work, because all it does is it builds up pests and diseases, because the pests don't get the memo. So the weeds, when they seed, all the seeds blow next door and you end up with them back in your farm. The pigs, they don't just stay in that property because they don't understand that we've got a yellow line around it. They decide to come next door and wreck everything else. The policy simply doesn't work. I'm also concerned about the manufacturing in this country and the safeguard mechanism. So the safeguard mechanism is basically a carbon tax 2.0. That is killing all our industries. And when you kill all the industries in the country, what does that do for our sovereign capability? We are then more reliant on our inputs than ever. And if COVID has taught us anything, we need to be able to do more things in this country for our own sovereign capability. And with a bit of time left, I want to talk about the Bruce Highway. The Bruce Highway is our main arterial. It's how we get our products to market. It's how we get our supplies up from the city. It is in an atrocious state. The Albanese Labor government promised some money to go towards that. We're yet to see it. There's a little bit of money on maintenance, a little bit of cosmetic, a little bit of like lipstick on a pig, but we want to see some real money, some real investment in the Bruce Highway to keep the people in my electorate safe. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
The member for Bonner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, good governments remove barriers, create opportunity and give Australians the confidence to look to the future. That is exactly what the Albanese Labor government is delivering. For parents of young children, returning to study, training or work is not always easy or as simple as just updating a resume or applying for a job. That is why the Albanese Labor government created Parent Pathways, Australia's first voluntary pre-employment service for parents and carers of young children. Recognising that every family's circumstances are different, participants are matched with a qualified mentor who helps them identify their goals and builds a pathway towards them. Support can include career guidance, help accessing childcare, connecting with education and training, improving language and literacy skills, or assistance with practical things like work clothing, computers, or getting a driver's licence. Importantly, Parent Pathways is entirely voluntary, and choosing not to participate does not affect any component of income support. I recently had the opportunity to visit ETC in Upper Mount Gravatt, who is one of the organisations delivering Parent Pathways, back home in my electorate of Bonner. And meeting with the mentors and hearing about their work was genuinely inspiring. The mentors absolutely love their jobs, and their role isn't simply helping people to find employment. It's about building confidence, listening without judgment, and helping parents believe in themselves again. The parents that I met during the visit were glowing about their mentors, and one of the participants even started crying as she recalled to me the feeling of her mentor guiding her and coaching her through that process and restoring her confidence in herself, which then gave her the confidence to apply for roles and interview in a way where she ended up being successful for multiple opportunities. And with a young family, it was the first job that she had had in years. And that relationship with her mentor shone through. Another story that stayed with me was of someone by the name of David, who was experiencing homelessness and living in a park with his 5 children. And through Parent Pathways, he received support to obtain his driver's licence and began flexible work that allowed him to support his family while continuing with his caring responsibilities. Today, he's working, he's able to provide for his children, and he's planning to establish a community organisation to help others who have experienced hardship. That is what this opportunity looks like. And it's, as I said, it's not simply about finding a job, but it's about restoring dignity and giving people the opportunity to provide that support to their young families. More than 30,000 parents across Australia have now participated in Parent Pathways, including more than 6,800 in Queensland. And in Bonner alone, over 200 parents have participated and are connected currently through the 2 sites in our electorate in Mount Gravatt and also Wynnum. And behind every one of those numbers is a family able to move forward with their lives with respect and dignity. Deputy Speaker, supporting Australian families also means helping parents navigating a rapidly changing digital world. Every parent knows that raising children today is different from even 5 or 10 years ago. Smartphones, social media feeds and online platforms are available around the clock. And technology has created extraordinary opportunities for young people, but also created unprecedented risks. And that is why we are trying to protect children from things like cyberbullying, harmful content, online exploitation, and algorithms that are designed to keep them scrolling. The Albanese Labor government's world-leading social media legislation was introduced because Australian families deserve to know that children's safety comes before the profits of multinational technology companies. More than 5 million under-16 accounts have already been removed, deactivated or restricted, but some platforms are not doing enough. That's why the Albanese Labor government is strengthening the powers of the e-Safety Commissioner and doubling the maximum penalty for companies that fail to comply, from $49.5 million to $99 million. The Commissioner will have stronger powers to require social media companies to provide evidence of what they are doing to keep under-16s off their platforms, because accountability only works when regulators have the tools they need to enforce the law. So if companies want to operate in Australia, they must comply with the Australian law. Deputy Speaker, the Albanese Labor government is also improving transparency for telecommunication consumers. From today, new industry standards now require telecommunications providers to publish clearer, more consistent mobile coverage maps, making it easier for Australians to compare providers and understand the level of service they can expect. Providers will also be required to publish standardised information about network outages, giving Australians greater visibility when services are disrupted. These practical reforms put Australians first by ensuring consumers have the information and protections they deserve. Deputy Speaker, over the past few weeks, I've also had the opportunity to spend time with some wonderful schools, businesses, volunteer and community organisations right across my electorate of Bonner. And I want to take a moment just to share some of those stories with the Chamber today. It was a pleasure to attend, and it's the first time I've had the opportunity to do this, the inaugural Brisbane to Bundaberg offshore yacht race, as the fleet departed from the Royal Queensland Yacht Squadron just off the coast in Manly in my electorate. As someone who grew up sailing, it was a real honour to be there for that first inaugural race. And I know the dedication, teamwork and lifelong friendships that are built through the sport of sailing. And the Royal Queensland Yacht Squadron is just such a wonderful jewel in the crown of my local Bonner community. And it was great to see that same spirit alive and well on the day. Events like this, of course, support our local businesses, attract visitors to the area, and strengthen relationships between both the city and regional communities like Bundaberg. Congratulations to everyone who was involved in that inaugural race, and I hope to see it continue for many years to come. Deputy Speaker, a healthy democracy depends on young Australians understanding how it works and knowing that their voices matter. And it is why opportunities to engage with students in our roles as parliamentarians is so important. In the last couple of weeks, I visited some local schools, Belmont State School and Holland Park State High, to speak with students about civics, democracy, and the role of a federal politician. The questions that the students asked were incredibly thoughtful, some quite challenging, but also insightful about what is on young people's minds. And I just love being able to get out and about in the community, talking not just with the students, but also with the teachers and principals who all are growing and developing the minds of our young people in Bonner. Finally, Deputy Speaker, I also want to talk about some of our dedicated local volunteers. In Bonner, we have around 20,000 people who volunteer each and every year right across the electorate. And since 1942, the Wynnum Manly Red Cross has supported people through disasters, emergencies, and some of life's most difficult moments. Their Trauma Teddy program alone provides comfort to more than 1,400 people every year. The Trauma Teddies are a real team effort. Some of the volunteers I've met with are forming the bodies, some of them do the little faces on the teddies, and they're providing them to local police stations, also to local hospitals and charities, to give people in those moments, and particularly children, comfort during times of great distress. So thank you to all of our volunteers at the Wynnum Manly Red Cross. It's a real privilege to be involved with your organisation, and I absolutely love visiting you every couple of months to see the great work that you are doing. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. There being no further grievances, the debate is adjourned and the resumption of the debate will be made in order of the day for the next sitting. The Federation Chamber stands suspended until 4 p.m.
You sure are.
The version I have has a forage from 4 to 4. Yeah, this is one.
My diary put something in this morning and said, do this or else risk my wrath. And I still haven't done it, and it's like 8 hours later. So, yeah, it's one of those days, I think. Yes. She's a terrifying lady as well, so trust me, it's some degree of wrath. Okay, great. I'll come down and grab it. Thank you.
Do you have a deputy speaker?
Well, there seem to be 2 different versions of the roster, so we understood Ms Lawrence was coming, but the later version of the chair's list only has resolving from 4:30, so we're just checking.
Oh,
As in, there's no one from 4.
sure, because I'm on the panel, so I could come
You
in.
could jump in, but
I could jump in and just mix it around until,
We can have it working. Someone turns on at 4:30, we can just,
yeah.
because my has been rescinded.
she's coming. Okay. I'll wait 10 seconds.
While we're waiting, I'm going to organise a young Indo.
What? No, I think it's our legal.
Are there any constituency statements? And I give the call to the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Last week, Bowel Council Australia made its call on Canberra, and 43-year-old Emma from Kangaroo Island in my electorate came to visit me. And despite Emma's symptoms and a family history of bowel cancer, Emma wasn't originally offered a bowel cancer screening test at the age of 42. A colonoscopy was eventually recommended, but there was a 6 to 12-month wait, and a high test result led to Emma receiving that colonoscopy within a month. Emma is a teacher and a mother of 2 daughters, and Emma was shocked to be diagnosed with stage 3 early onset bowel cancer at just 42 years of age. She had surgery followed by chemotherapy, and she says her care was exceptional from that point, but getting diagnosed took longer than it should have. Unfortunately, since we met Emma, she's found out that she needs to have some more follow-up tests, which she said really brings home the urgency of getting this message to decision makers. Nurses told Emma they'd seen a tidal wave of early onset bowel cancer among under 50s. Free kits are sent to people aged 50 to 74 every 2 years, and the government does fund bowel cancer screens for people aged 45 and over, but few people, young people and health professionals seem to be aware there are also low-cost tests for people aged under 45. So what does the data say from Bowel Cancer Australia? Well, since the early 2000s, rates of early onset bowel cancer diagnosed before age 50 have been increasing in Australia and indeed worldwide. Australia now has the highest rate of early onset bowel cancer among 50 countries, which is extraordinary. Like Emma, some young Australians report challenges from diagnosis, treatment and prevention. Some are told they're too young to have bowel cancer. In fact, 1 in 8 Australians diagnosed with bowel cancer under the age of 50 is 12%. So 12% of people who are diagnosed are aged under 50. So that's quite a lot. The risk of being diagnosed with bowel cancer before the age of 40 has more than doubled since the year 2000. And bowel cancer is now the leading cause of cancer-related deaths in Australia for those aged 25 to 49. Bowel cancer rates are 2 to 3 times higher among Australians born in the 1990s than those born in the 1950s. And bowel cancer incidence is decreasing for older people, and that's perhaps due to the screening and timely detection. So I call on the government to do more with Bowel Cancer Australia and others to raise awareness and to increase access to screening for young Australians. Let's get our GPs up to date with making sure that they're talking to young people about this. And I would particularly like to thank Emma for taking the time to come all the way from Kangaroo Island to Canberra to spend time with me in the Parliament.
Thank you, and I give the call to the Assistant Minister for Health and Aged Care.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to celebrate Deloraine High School and their feast program. I had the great joy of visiting recently and meeting with student leaders and the broader class to talk about the work they're doing understanding food waste. And as they were performing in the classroom doing their cooking, I was just so impressed by the way they communicated together, they worked together as part of a team, but also learnt about food waste in Australia. So this is a program delivered through Oz Harvest, and Ronnie Khan, the founder, was at the school along with Jen Heggard, who's the Oz Harvest State Manager for Tasmania. And through that program delivered by their classroom teacher, Leanne Wickham, they were taught that 2.1 million households are experiencing food insecurity, regularly skipping meals, and that Australia wastes 7.6 million tonnes of food every year. They also learnt that's enough to fill the Melbourne cricket ground more than 9 times. So through this feast program, they are understanding about how to use items in their home that they already have that they might have otherwise thrown out to prepare nutritious meals for themselves and their loved ones. And the kids were doing a great job. I was so impressed with their behaviour, the way they were really engaging in learning about the subject matter, having a lot of fun while doing it, and they made some terrific, tasty-looking cupcakes. We know that food waste is a really significant issue in our country, and our government's responding by developing a national food security strategy, which is an initiative delivered through Minister for Agriculture's portfolio. But we're also responding to provide food relief to Australians with a $460 million commitment over 5 years so that we can support those most at risk. But I congratulate these students learning how to use food waste and turning it into nutritious meals. I also want to congratulate the Brighton Football Club for an event I attended recently. We had a Ladies' Day where we were raising money for Tassie Mums, a charitable organisation in my state that helps to collect and redistribute essential baby and children's items to families who are experiencing hardship. Chelsea was the MC for the day. Deputy Speaker, she did a marvellous job. The panel included Holly McConnon, who is the Kanara TNL co-captain, Lauren Dykes, who's the Brighton Senior Women's Captain, and Kath McCann, who's the Chief Marketing Officer for the Tassie Footy Club, and myself, and we spoke about some of the challenges that women face playing sport, particularly participating in that higher and Premier League sport, but also some of the opportunities and some of the brilliant relationships that are formed, the friendships that are created. And I really do congratulate the club on putting this chance together for us to talk about this and on the supportive and inclusive culture they've built at the club that has seen a lot of girls participate in Premier League footy for the very first time, and the great role modelling that they are demonstrating to girls who are going to watch them and cheer them on. So well done to the Brighton Robins Footy Club.
Thank you. I look forward to the member for Wentworth.
Deputy Speaker, today I want to pay tribute to 2 incredible humans from Wentworth, people who have shown unwavering community spirit and courage. The first is Rabbi Jeffrey Cammons. Rabbi Cammons has been the senior rabbi at Emmanuel Synagogue since 1999, and in that time has led the community through periods of both transformation and adversity. He's now stepping away from his active service to become the synagogue's inaugural Rabbi Emeritus, with his mantle taken up by the wonderful Rabbi Nino. There's so much I admire about Rabbi Cammons. He's got great wit and charm, but he matches his good humour with a deep commitment to Jewish values of egalitarianism and inclusion.
Someone who leads from the heart with open arms, Rabbi Cummins has been an advocate of First Nations and refugee rights, has consistently spoken about protecting our natural environment, of building bridges between faiths, and he officiated Australia's first religious same-sex wedding. And over the last few years, during which the Jewish community has endured so much pain, he has been a pillar of strength. To Rabbi Cummins directly, I want to say thank you. To have known you is one of the great privileges of my role over the last few years, and I genuinely feel I'm a better representative for my community because of your example. I wish you nothing but peace and happiness in your next adventure. I also want to take a moment to pay tribute to Charlie Verco. Charlie is a volunteer lifeguard at North Bondi Lifesaving Club who was paddling from Bondi to Maroubra on the morning of the Saturday the 13th of June when a shark attacked a woman, Leah Stewart, in the water off Coogee Beach. Despite the clear and present danger with the shark still in the water, Charlie stayed with Leah and helped her get to the safety of the shore, where she was able to receive urgent medical attention. I have no doubt that this was an utterly terrifying experience, but Charlie stayed calm and focused, doing what he could do to help. The other thing that struck me about Charlie is how, even now in the aftermath, he is using his platform on social media to encourage people to donate blood to aid in more life-threatening situations like the one Leah was in. All of this speaks to his bravery, his composure under extreme pressure, and his humility. I don't think it would be an overstatement to say that Charlie is a hero, and I want to thank him for the courage and selflessness that he showed, which no doubt saved Leah's life. And to Leah, I want to send my best wishes for your recovery, and to, sending those wishes to your family and friends who must have been absolutely terrified with what you went through. I hope you know that the entire Eastern Suburbs community is behind you and your family and your loved ones, each step of your way as you heal.
Thank you, and I give the call to the Minister for Communications and Sport.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In my electorate of Lily on Brisbane's north side, too many people have been working hard and trying to save, but feel like the dream of home ownership is just out of reach. That's why, since being elected to government, the Albanese Labor government is making it easier for people to buy their very first home. Recently, I received a letter from Northside resident Dot about the real-life impact these changes are making in the lives of Lily residents. Dot wrote, "My 28-year-old daughter Jackie has recently purchased and settled in a home unit in Stafford as her very first home. As a young single woman who had worked and saved very hard, she had just about lost hope of entering the property market. When the Help to Buy scheme commenced, she decided to apply and was approved within 2 weeks. Whilst there were obstacles competing against investors and other first home buyers like herself, she was lucky enough to find a seller who wanted to give a first homeowner a go. All this would not have been possible without the help of the many Labor, state and federal policies that she took advantage of, those being the First Home Super Saver Scheme, the First Home Guarantee, the First Home Concessional Stamp Duty, and most importantly, as mentioned, the Help to Buy scheme. So this email is just to say thank you. We really appreciate all the implemented initiatives that have helped, and we hope to continue to help young Australians in the future. Dot will be pleased to know that we are not stopping there. In the 2026-2027 budget, our government changed property tax investor breaks to give first home buyers a fair go. Sandgate resident Dirk recently wrote to me about our budget measures. He said, "I was so pleased to see the government's budget trying to improve housing affordability by taking some action on negative gearing and capital gains tax. I was a bit surprised to see reports in the media of these reforms apparently not being accepted by millennials, of which I am one. The reforms perhaps aren't perfect, but you are the first government in my living memory to take real action on this issue. So thank you. And I hope the government will stick to its guns amidst actual or media perceived pushback. Also, thanks for reforming student loans, help debts, and getting these debts and payments more under control. Keep up the good work." Rest assured, Dirk, the Albanese Labor government knows there is a lot of work to do to ensure that Australians get a fair go when it comes to securing a house of their very own. It won't be fixed overnight, but we are making real progress. Madam Deputy Speaker, with my remaining time, may I indulge and say congratulations to Lucas Harrington, Brisbane's very own, 18, the youngest ever Socceroo to make his debut at the FIFA World Cup. At the game at noon on Friday, not only was he able to debut at such a young age, but the way he carried himself, clearly a big game player. I think he's from Toowong Football Club. So on behalf of, I'm sure, his very proud parents in Brisbane, congratulations to Lucas Harrington and very best of luck to the Socceroos as they go up against Egypt at 4 a.m. our time Saturday morning.
And I give the call to the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. 2 young dads in Warringah have sat with me in recent times and shared diagnosis no family should have to face. 2 different diseases with different stories, but the same problem: more medical research funding desperately needed. One urgent question: why are more young people being diagnosed with diseases we still do not properly understand? The first is Ron, who was diagnosed with motor neurone disease at just 35. He and Anna are raising 2 young children while facing a disease that is aggressive, progressive and currently has no cure. MND affects the nerves that control movement. As the messages from the motor neuron stop reaching the muscles, people gradually lose the ability to move, to speak, to swallow and breathe. Despite still feeling, these people can still feel, think and understand what is happening while their body gradually stops responding. Every day in Australia, 2 people are diagnosed with MND and 2 people die from it. Around 2,800 Australians are living with this cruel disease, and more than half of people with MND are now under the age of 65. Recently, Ron and Annie invited me to join the Middle Harbour Public School Big Freeze and get dunked to help raise funds to fight MND. I was very happy to be dunked. The second story I want to raise is that of Chris. He's 37. He had no symptoms, no genetic history, and yet he has been diagnosed with stage 4 bowel cancer. He's a dad of young children. Bowel cancer is one of Australia's most common cancers and one of the deadliest. Australia has one of the highest rates of early onset bowel cancer in the world. The risk of being diagnosed before 40 has more than doubled since 2000, yet there is little funding for research and better diagnosis. This must urgently change. Too many young people are still being misdiagnosed or dismissed because bowel cancer is wrongly seen as an older person's disease. We urgently need stronger investment in early onset bowel cancer research. We must understand why is Australia leading the world in early onset bowel cancer, and we need to better awareness across our health system and the community so younger patients are taken seriously, diagnosed earlier and treated faster. To Ron, Anna, Chris and every family facing these diseases, your advocacy matters. I know there were many others here in Parliament House last week for early bowel cancer detection. Thank you for sharing your incredible stories. This Parliament must listen to their stories and their experience, invest in the research that can save lives and have greater funding for medical research. And of course we need the wraparound care, because when diseases strike at an early onset, the implications for young families is so incredibly dire, from an earning capacity, a family security and the raising of young children.
And give the call to the Assistant Minister for Climate Change.
Deputy Speaker, at a time of cost pressures, at a time of global turmoil that's created supply shocks and caused inflation, communities around Australia are looking to their government to help tackle those challenges, not with a magic wand, but by delivering real change that makes a difference at a tough time. Well, tomorrow, on the 1st of July, we deliver more of that real, practical change to support Australians. Tomorrow, more than 3 million Australians will receive a pay rise, continuing the record of the Albanese government in delivering real wage rises after a decade of wage stagnation under the coalition. Award workers will get a 4.75% pay rise, and those on the national minimum wage will see a 6% increase. Tomorrow, every working Australian will receive a further tax cut, continuing the record of the Albanese government in delivering tax relief, especially for low and middle income earners. Indeed, Deputy Speaker, the average worker will now have benefited annually to the tune of $2,800 in tax cuts thanks to the Albanese government. Tomorrow, paid parental leave will be extended to 6 months, and we'll see superannuation added to paid parental leave. And from tomorrow, price gouging by supermarkets becomes illegal. From tomorrow, Australians will be paid super into their accounts on their payday. And from tomorrow, people in New South Wales and South Australia and South East Queensland will be able to benefit from Solar Sharer, an initiative that means customers with a smart meter can choose a plan that includes a 3-hour free power period each day. Deputy Speaker, this is real change. These are real measures that make a difference at a difficult time, that build on the work we've done
since coming to government in a range of areas. And of course, we've just introduced and passed through the House of Representatives momentous and courageous tax reforms to make sure that we eliminate the Howard government distortions that saw the price of housing grow twice as fast as wages. A piece of policy madness that's fuelled the housing crisis and made home ownership out of reach for many, especially for young Australians. Deputy Speaker, in being prepared to take on difficult but necessary change, we're making sure that our tax system doesn't put a heavier burden on the vast majority of Australians who earn their living from wages rather than those who earn income from asset investments. It's a change in the direction of fairness, real change that takes courage and makes a difference, which is what people that we represent rightly expect from their government. Deputy Speaker, on the 1st of July, through wage rises and tax cuts and our strong action on supermarket prices and cheaper energy, the Albanese government is continuing to deliver real and positive change of a practical kind to the Australian community at a tough time. That's what the Australian people expect of good government. That's what the Albanese government is delivering.
And I give the call to the member for Forrest.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. Healthcare in this country, despite the press releases and the political spin, is under real pressure. And in regional communities like mine, the pressure continues to mount on families who simply can't afford it. We're seeing hospitals under strain and emergency departments stretched thin. Last year, I rose in this very chamber to draw attention to the ambulance ramping crisis in my seat of Forrest. And since that time, neither Labor government has taken action to address it. Ambulance ramping is unacceptable anywhere, but in the region it's worse because there isn't another hospital just down the road. The reality is that in regional communities like mine, the consequences are sharper and felt more deeply for local families. I was recently contacted by Kim in my electorate, who shared his telling experience with our local healthcare system. Kim doesn't need to see a doctor very often, but on this occasion he required a basic consultation by phone. He was told that it had cost him $75 for a few minutes on the phone. How can we expect that people struggling to manage their health affairs are faced with this as their first point of call with the health system? Because at the same time, we know that families are dealing with a lot right now. The cost of living is rising, groceries, power bills, rents, everything seems to be going up. And for those managing an ongoing or chronic condition, those pressures don't just add up, they multiply. What creates that situation is where people are forced into a choice no Australian should have to make, a choice between getting care or keeping up with the bills. And that's just not good enough. Despite every talking point from those opposite, people in the regions don't feel the progress that this government claims to have delivered when it comes to healthcare. Take, for instance, Margaret River, where a surging population for the last 25 years has placed an ever-increasing demand on healthcare services. The local community in Margaret River is crying out for upgrades to the Margaret River Hospital because the current situation is simply unsustainable. That's through no fault of the local staff, the nurses and doctors on the ground, who are doing absolutely everything they can to deliver quality care to locals. This is a question of systemic under-resourcing. That's what I've heard from the locals, and so I encourage everyone in the Margaret River area and the surrounds to have their voice heard in this place by signing my petition to upgrade the Margaret River Hospital. If state Labor won't fund it, federal Labor should, but at the end of the day, someone needs to step in and salvage this totally unacceptable situation for local people. Together, we must stand up for better health care in Forrest, because this Labor government surely isn't.
Thank you, and I give the call to member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Speaker. Today I want to speak about housing, not as a market, not as a headline, but as a place where a person can close the door and feel safe. Recently, I met with the Victorian Homelessness Fund. Since 1987, the fund has worked to provide long-term homes for women and children escaping domestic violence. Their model is practical. Homeowners partner with the fund and community housing providers to provide homes to families in crisis. And these homes are not empty shells. They are furnished and the pantry is fully stocked. They are ready for a mother and her child to arrive, take a breath, and begin again with dignity. Because for someone escaping violence, housing is not a political debate. It can be the difference between staying trapped or finding a way out. Before entering Parliament, I worked in the homelessness sector at Homes for Homes. I there helped to build a pipeline of more than $110 million for social and affordable housing. During my time, I worked with property developers and helped them to engage with the organisation and raise that money. During that time, I talked with a person, I met with some property developers, went up to their beautiful office at the top of the building, had a look out from their view, and spent some time letting their staff know about Homes for Homes and how they could help end homelessness. Just as I finished, I walked to the door and someone called out my name and I thought I'd left something behind. A woman came up nice and close to me in a lovely suit and said to me, "Sarah, I am homeless." I couldn't believe it because she was in a well-paid job, but what had happened to her was that she had experienced domestic violence, her husband had stopped her bank account, and she was living on a friend's couch and could no longer stay there any longer. I was completely shocked. It is also a reminder to me that homelessness can happen quickly and it can happen to anyone. That is why housing affordability matters. And that is why I'm proud to be part of the Albanese Labor government legislation to change housing affordability and the cost of living support. Our housing reforms will support 75,000 more Australians into home ownership. They will help investment flow into new housing supply, and our tax reforms will reduce the tax burden for more than 13 million workers. Speaker, we cannot accept a future where home ownership is only for people who already have wealth. We cannot accept a future where women and children escaping violence are left waiting for a safe door to be open. The Victorian Homelessness Fund shows what practical action can look like, and Homes for Homes shows what industry help can deliver.
Can I give the call to the member for Warrnambool?
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. And the Warrnambool to Melbourne rail line has been an issue which keeps dogging the Labor government both at the state and at the federal level. And I say to both the Albanese Labor government and the Allan Labor government, it's time that you got it right. Because at the moment we're still having elderly passengers having to either stand or sit on the floor when it comes to taking that over 3-hour trip. We're having young children and their mothers not being able to find seats. And this is despite the coalition government providing over $460 million in funding for this line when we were in government. Yet the incompetence of the Allan Labor government and the lack of interest of the Albanese Labor government to what is happening to passengers on this rail line literally beggars belief. Enough is enough. It needs to be fixed. It needs to be addressed. And I can tell you, people will vote with their feet when it comes to the next Victorian state election unless this is fixed and fixed quickly, because they're sick of standing on their feet for the whole 3 hours due to this passenger failure. The other issue, Deputy Speaker, that I would like to raise today is what is happening to small business in this country and the failure of the Albanese Labor government to do anything about it. All we're seeing from the Albanese Labor government is regulation upon regulation, tax upon tax on the small business sector, including in my electorate. And can I thank the farmers, the retailers, the hospitality businesses and all those other small businesses that have had discussions with me over the last few months. I understand you're hurting. I understand the government is doing nothing to help you. I understand the pressures that you are facing, and I understand the complete and utter dismay at what you saw in the budget and how it's going to put further pressure on you. Enough is enough.
Seriously, enough is enough. Can I say to you, the Coalition knows and understands the pressures that you're facing. We are putting together a package which will make your life easier, not make your life harder. And we'll be announcing that over the coming months, and I look forward to further engaging with you over the coming months as well.
I give the call to the member for Macon.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Based on the most recent polling, cost of living remains the most pressing issue for Australians, with around 75% of people putting it at the top of the list of issues that matter to them. Another survey has 3.7 million Australians living in poverty, whilst 122,000 are homeless. Between 35 and 70% of Australians are reportedly under financial stress. Welfare groups face increasing requests for food assistance, and everyday governments come under increased pressure from people struggling with housing, health, aged care needs, energy costs and other general living expenses. In the relatively wealthy country that Australia is, and a land of opportunity where so many people from overseas wish to come to, why are so many people struggling? There are multiple views on that. However, two issues that I believe directly contribute to Australian poverty are gambling and illicit drug use. According to the most recent figures, $32 billion annually is spent on gambling in Australia, with Australia being rated as the biggest gamblers in the world per capita. That equates to $1,500 per adult each year, whilst reportedly over 70% of Australians participate in some form of gambling. It is also estimated that 10% of income of low-income households is spent on gambling, and according to one analysis, 3 million Australians experience some form of gambling harm. With illicit drugs, it is estimated that 1 in 20 Australians have an addiction or substance misuse problem, and that around $11.5 billion annually is spent on illicit drugs. Some 3.9 million Australians recently used an illicit drug, according to the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare. Both gambling losses and illicit drug use are increasing. In particular, online gambling has increased by over 60% in recent years, and cocaine use has surged by 69% in a single 12-month period. Illicit drug use and problem gambling are both having a devastating effects on Australian families. We cannot continue to respond to these issues in the way we have to date if we are to overcome the financial stresses facing too many Australian families and the demands on the federal budget. Additionally, much of the gambling and drug expenditure ends up overseas, so the money doesn't even circulate within the Australian economy. Gambling and drug addiction are both, and often together, directly the cause of poverty, homelessness, suicide, divorce, financial stress, crime and other social problems. I welcome the Albanese government's latest gambling reforms, which I believe will make a difference to Australian gambling rates. However, if we are to address poverty, and we must also reverse the continuing rise of gambling and illicit drug use, which in addition to adding to the burdens of government, have devastating impacts on individuals, families and communities.
I thank the member for Macon, and I give the call to the honourable member for Herbert.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. You hear all the time in this place that small and medium businesses, they're the backbone of this nation, but yet this Labor government's policies keep punching down and turning these small businesses into an insolvency, or turning them to face creditors because their livelihoods, their opportunity has been snatched away because of bad policy. So instead of just getting up and giving a speech about how good business, I thought what I'd do is I'd convene a roundtable in Townsville led by the Townsville Chamber of Commerce as the experts of small and medium businesses, those that represent these groups and these businesses, to get people together from all walks of life so I could sit there and not talk, not tell them how great politics is or how great I am, but to listen and say, how can we better support you? How can the Parliament, how can the government better do its job? And it was abundantly clear that the insurance side, the cost of living, the overheads, their margins, everything's getting tighter and tighter, and they're wondering about why they continue to work in small business. They do it because they love it. They do it because they want to leave a legacy, but they also expect the government to listen to them when they have concerns. We heard about housing and investment, and I heard directly from Ben Kingsbury about the sharp drop in investors entering the Townsville market at a time when vacancy rates are already at record lows. It's a serious concern that still during question time and today hasn't been addressed, because when investment declines, supply tightens, and when supply tightens, it drives rents and makes it harder for local families to find a place to live. This isn't something that we just see in the cities. We see it around the country. And if you're doing it tough in a capital, times it by 100, and that's what it feels like in the region. And there's real consequences for poor policy. People and livelihoods get put in the bin, people can't operate, it really crushes the community. And instead of easing cost of living pressures, many businesses feel like these government policies are adding to them. Instead of encouraging investment, it's creating uncertainty. And that's the risk we're facing today. Small business needs confidence, they need action, and they need a government that stands up for them, not stands in the way of them.
I thank the member, and I give the call to the honourable member for Cornwall.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The World Cup is a festival of football, and I'm proud of our government's backing through the Urban Precincts and Partnerships program, which helped bring the World Game to the big screens at Town Hall Broadmeadows alongside our local partners. Across 13 live matches, 2 big screens, movies, food trucks, music, and activities for the whole family, it has helped bring people together, spend time with family and friends, and share in one of the world's great sporting events. That's the great capacity found in sport. Our community is one of Australia's most culturally diverse, so when we look at the Socceroos, we see something familiar. We see a reflection of our community. We see a reflection of modern Australia. We see multicultural Australia, and we see it in its players, one of which in particular stands out to us. Aziz Beach grew up locally. I happened to graduate from the same school as Aziz and members of his family, and shared a university class with one of his siblings. Some of his earlier moments in the football journey was at one of our local clubs, Hume City, before going on to represent Australia on the world stage as a Socceroo. His story is the story of communities like mine. It says something special about Australia, that a young person can grow up, proudly carry both their family heritage and their Australian identity, and represent our country with distinction and pride. That's something we're proud of, because it's something we see every day. We know Australia for what it is, a nation built by people who have come from every corner of the world, seeking opportunity, working hard, raising families, and helping build a better life for themselves, and in turn helping build Australia. And the Socceroos reflect the Australia we see every day in communities like ours beyond the headlines. An Australia that's diverse, an Australia that's confident, and an Australia that's comfortable in its identity. It shows us that Australia that exists beyond the culture wars. Deputy Speaker, growing up as a kid in suburban Melbourne, monos were things you did on push bikes. They weren't political philosophies of a monoculture that the three-ring right-wing spectacle that those opposite are putting forward. We believe in an Australia that's confident in its diversity and strengthened by the contributions of people from every corner of the world who have chosen to make this country home. That's the Australia we back in, because it's the country communities like ours have helped build. An Australia that will always be stronger than those who seek to divide Australians for political gain and the pursuit of political relevance.
I thank the member, and I give the call to the honourable member for Moncrieff.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, the Gold Coast is often recognised for our beautiful beaches and lifestyle, Member for McPherson. But if you ask me, what truly makes our community so special is, of course, our people. And we never miss an opportunity to come together to celebrate and support one another. And recently, I had the great privilege of attending the Gopio Gold Coast Community Wellness event at the Broadwater Parklands in Southport, organised by founder Pushpinder Oberoi, thanks Push, and the dedicated team at Gopio Gold Coast. The event brought together families, community leaders and local organisations to celebrate health, well-being and a connection as part of International Yoga Day. And while my older body may still be recovering from the yoga mat, it was wonderful to see people of all ages and backgrounds participating in this special day of mindfulness activities and wellness programs while sharing in the vibrant culture of our local Indian community. Moncrieff is home to people from every corner of the world, and events like this remind us that our diversity is one of our greatest strengths. They provide an opportunity to learn from one another, build friendships across cultures and celebrate the traditions that enrich our community. I thank Pushpinder and everyone involved for their tireless work in bringing this event together and for the contribution they continue to make to the Gold Coast. Now, recently, I also joined fellow Gold Coast community leaders at the Vinnie's CEO Sleepout at Seabus Super Stadium, the home of the mighty Gold Coast Titans. While spending one night sleeping rough can never truly replicate the experience of homelessness, it served as a powerful reminder of the challenges faced by far too many Australians every single day and in my community. The evening brought together leaders from business, local government and the wider community with a shared goal, and that is raising funds to support the work of St Vincent de Paul Society and initiatives like the 500 Homes Project, helping Queenslanders move from homelessness into safe and secure housing, including the 60 apartments that we're building in conjunction with the Queensland Government at Nerang. And over 2,500 people experience homelessness on the Gold Coast on any given night. And the money raised from this event will go directly to supporting those locals to get back on their feet. I want to thank everyone who donated so generously to the CEO Sleepout. I want to thank Colin Wheeler for his service. He stepped down this year. Karen Phillips OAM as one of the ambassadors for all of your efforts for homelessness on the Gold Coast. It's initiatives like these that go to the heart of who we are as Gold Coasters, a community that supports one another, celebrates one another and never hesitates to lend a helping hand when needed. It's a privilege to represent the good people of Moncrieff, and I thank every volunteer, organiser and participant whose efforts continue to make our community stronger and safer.
Thank the member, and I give the call to the Honourable Minister for Small Business and Multicultural Affairs.
Thank you so much. Oh, goodness, thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. Well, believe it or not, this week is coming up to 10 years since I was given the honour of being elected as the member for Cowan. So a decade of serving the Cowan community, and over that decade, I must say, my boundaries have changed a lot more than I would have liked, but my commitment remains the same. So I just wanted to take a moment just to reflect on that past decade and share some of the things that I've achieved together with the community of Cowan, for the community of Cowan. Most recently, of course, we had our urgent care clinic open in Nullamurra. That's going gangbusters. We've also got the Mirrabooka Medicare mental health centre as well. Along with the state government, we've built a new train station in Balladura, and we've worked on some black spots, most significantly those on Malaga Drive, Mirrabooka and Montrose Avenue project and the Hepburn Ave project. I'm really, really humbled by the myriad of community groups that I've got to know over the last 10 years throughout Cowan, and the work that we've been able to achieve together and the support that I've been able to give them as well. And I'm just going to go through a few of them, Speaker. Obviously there's a lot to go through, but I'm going to try and get through as many of those as I can. And I just want to give a shout out to these groups: the Greenwood Street Pantry, the Lions Club of Wanneroo, Fostering Hope, No Limits, the various men's sheds, which I know everybody has in their electorates, 12 Buckets that do amazing work with young people, the Marangaroo Family Centre, our Vietnamese Seniors Association, Wheelchairs for Kids, renowned and Brother Ollie for all his dedication and work that he and I have done together over the years, Grand Carers WA, Nala Dukin Healing Centre, Isha, which is a multicultural women's health centre, Youth Futures, St Vincent's de Paul, Community Connecting Youth with their wonderful community garden that they've developed out there in Balladura. Our multicultural communities in Cowan as well, the Macedonian community, our Vaishnav Sang, Mirrabooka Mosque, Perth North Tamil School, the Multicultural Services Centre, Malaga Multicultural Alliance, the Organisation of African Communities, the Sacred India Gallery, the New Life Christian Centre and the Kenyan community of WA, all community groups that I've had the pleasure of working with. Our sporting groups right across Cowan, from our Balga Football Club, our Kingsway Sporting Complex, with the various football clubs, baseball, netball, soccer, everything that you can imagine, Stirling Adriatic Club, West Coast Gymnasts, and of course to all our local sporting heroes, all those young people in diverse sports from soccer to speed skating to hurling. Huge thank you to all the people of Cowan for giving me the honour of serving you for 10 years. I will continue to work my utmost to represent you here each and every day.
I thank the Minister and I give the call to the honourable member for Wright.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My electorate is predominantly agriculture. The largest contributor to GDP is agriculture. I live in an electorate where men and women who work on farms get up often before the sun gets up. Their faces are tanned, their hands are blackened with the earth of soil, cracked. But they live by certain principles: honour, integrity, loyalty. Loyalty to their friends. And they still believe in the principle of that when you shake a man's hand, the deal is done. That my word is my bond. So they took particular umbrage when the Prime Minister said to the nation that his word was his bond, and then backtracked on that. But my electorate is changing. It's evolving. It's a real regional rural electorate, but I'm getting more and more urban encroachment in communities like Greenbank, Plainlands, Jimboomba, Yarrabilba. We proudly welcome every one of those families that choose to relocate to Wright purely because of the level of representation at federal government. There can be no other reason, Madam Speaker. But as a result of the impasse of people coming to the electorate, I now find myself with an electorate constituency base of around 150,000. And it is incumbent on me to be the voice for them here in Canberra, and I do that proudly. Since Labor have come to, in the last 12 months, I have conducted no less than roughly 20 mobile offices around the electorate to ensure that these new people and personnel coming to my electorate have a voice. And I engage with them in a way where, at shows or agriculture shows or my mobile booths, where I'll ask them to put a sticker next to hot topic issues so I can get a visual snapshot of what's important to them.
Excellent.
And it would not surprise anyone with these rooms when I take a snapshot of these boards and bring them to the House that cost of living is far and away the most predominant. Yeah. I did, however, change my lists of issues that they could raise issues with me about: cost of living, housing affordability, crime and antisocial behaviour, roads and highways, defence and national security, immigration and population. Geez, that always gets a good run, Madam Speaker. They do have great concerns about immigration and population base. But I put a new category in there: politicians telling the truth. And I was surprised how high it is on their list of priorities. Maybe this side of government should start telling the truth. My people deserve better.
And I give the call to the honourable member for Banks.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. A number of locals in the seat of Banks were recognised as part of the King's Birthday Honours, and I want to acknowledge them here. Mark Connell of Oatley was awarded an OAM for services to youth through Scouting, and as an integral part of the first Oatley Bay Sea Scouts, he has contributed to the outdoor skills and confidence of countless young people in our community. Major Craig Fairweather was awarded an OAM in the Military Division for his outstanding contributions to military engineering for the Australian Army. Kathy Posworn of Mortdale was awarded a Public Service Medal for services to education. Justice Murray Aldridge was awarded an OAM not just for his contribution to our legal system as a barrister and at King's Counsel, but also for services to conservation and orchid growing. And lastly, the former Premier of New South Wales, Maurice Yemmer, was made an AO in recognition of his career in public service, as well as his contributions to community sport and the not-for-profit sector more broadly. Congratulations to all the wonderful recipients. Perhaps more importantly though, thank you for your service to our communities and our country. Deputy Speaker, on the 19th of June, we mark the Dragon Boat Festival, an important occasion in the calendar for many Chinese Australians, including my own family. It was my pleasure to bring together local community leaders from across the electorate of Banks for an afternoon tea at the iconic Canton Noodle House in Riverwood, alongside Georges River Councillor Elena Encelotti and the member for East Hills, Kylie Wilkinson. It was great to see the representatives of so many organisations who contribute to the welfare of our community in many different ways. But thank you also to the Canton Noodle House for their incredible hospitality and, of course, their wonderful food. Finally, Deputy Speaker, on the 5th of June, we turned the first sod on a new development in Padstow, funded by the Housing Australia Future Fund. The block has been vacant for some time, but it will soon be 113 homes with parking for local families, bringing the total number of social and affordable homes delivered in my electorate of Banks by this government to 214. This project is the latest demonstration of this government's commitment to deliver more homes for Australians through the Housing Australia Future Fund and working in partnership with the state government to ensure our community, our people, have places to live in an affordable and wonderful place like the electorate of Banks.
Thank you, Member. And I give the call to the Honourable Member for Fisher.
Thanks, Madam Deputy Speaker. Over recent weeks, I've been listening to people across Fisher, my electorate, through community forums, roundtable discussions and local conversations. 3 engagements in particular have stood out. A budget forum with residents, a roundtable with financial planners and a small business forum with local business owners. Despite their different backgrounds, constituents delivered remarkably similar messages. They feel they are working harder, paying more and getting less under this Labor government. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, people in my electorate of Fisher feel the rules are changing after they made decisions based on promises by governments over many years, and they are increasingly concerned about the direction of our country. In a recent survey I did, Madam Deputy Speaker, 70% of respondents felt that this country was heading in the wrong direction. 70%. At my Fisher Budget Forum, residents questioned if Australians do the right thing, save, invest, work hard and plan for the future. Will government still honour its side of the bargain? That concern was particularly strong among retirees. Many had spent decades making responsible financial decisions so they would not become dependent on the government. Now they see private health insurance rebates being cut, new taxes on investments and retirement plans thrown into uncertainty. These are real people, and many have lost all trust in this government. Madam Deputy Speaker, more than 8,500 people have signed my petition about the government's private health insurance rebate cuts. More than 8,500. That's how angry they are about this. I then met with local financial planning professionals. Their assessment was sobering. They described clients who believed that they'd done everything asked of them, only to have the goalposts not just moved, but put into another suburb. One advisor shared the remarks from one of his clients, and the client said this, and I quote, "I left communist China to get away from this." That's what one of his clients said. Deputy Speaker, this view speaks to how many Australians fear government is increasingly willing to tax aspiration, savings and success. At the Small Business Forum, I heard similar concerns. These hard-working mums and dads, they're not asking for special treatment, they're asking for breathing space. They're asking for government to get out of their way and let them do what they do best, and that's run their business with some degree of certainty, because at the moment this government is offering nothing but uncertainty.
I thank the member and I give the call to the honourable member for Dunkley.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. These past few weeks, I've had an increasing number of conversations about the state of democracy in Australia. At the Langwarrin Probus Club, I was asked what I thought about democracy and the current state of politics. More recently, I listened to students at the Committee for Frankston Mornington Peninsula Youth Forum who spoke candidly about their concerns for the future. They are worried about rising polarisation, growing anger and the tone of public debate in Australia. Australia is the lucky country. We are fortunate to live in one of the world's strongest democracies, but I fear that our good fortune has made us complacent. Complacent about engaging with and understanding politics and about the value of our vote. That complacency is becoming dangerous. For me, this shift became clear when I was confronted and intimidated by a group of 12 men from a fringe organisation intent on preventing me from speaking openly with members of the community, a mother and her daughter. It was a stark reminder that the tone of politics in our country is changing and changing quickly. Since then, that same hostility has amplified online, with hate and division spreading at an alarming rate. The erosion of respectful debate threatens social cohesion and raises serious concerns about the integrity of our public discourse. Freedom of speech is fundamental to our democracy, but it is not a licence for hate speech. With freedom comes responsibility. The tone of our national conversation matters. It shapes how we treat one another, how we solve problems, and how we participate in and sustain our democracy. Democracy depends on engagement. It requires people to ask questions, to listen carefully, and to disagree without being disagreeable. It is strongest not when everyone agrees, but when everyone believes they have a place in the conversation. The young people I met reminded me that engagement is not the problem, disconnection is. They care deeply about fairness, about truth, and the future they will inherit. Across Dunkley, people are telling me the same thing. They want respectful, grounded politics focused on what matters. This is a moment to reject complacency, to engage with one another in good faith, and to strengthen respectful debate. Because being the lucky country is not guaranteed. It is something we must actively protect together and always.
I thank the member and I give the call to the honourable member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Quambatook is a small, you might say teeny tiny town in Mallee. 200 people live there. And it's known as Quamby to the locals, and deserves special treatment after a horrific and tragic death of Merrill Kelly, a pillar of that community, last January 2025. I was disturbed recently to learn that the Quamby local post office has temporarily closed as the recent and current licensee is unable to continue. You might say, why is that even connected? Well, it is connected. For those who are paying attention, in Senate estimates, Australia Post gave responses to the Senator Henderson regarding the future of licensed post offices. And they have since discovered a secret document, a leaked document, that says that the future might not be exactly what the CEO said in the Senate estimates. Why is this important? Because licensed post offices in small towns like Quambatook matter. Today, in fact, Shell Esbane, who is a community-minded person like they all are there, she was the previous LPO manager. And she said today that when she was running the LPO, 2 people's lives were saved. You see, Quamby doesn't have letterboxes and roadside delivery, only the post office boxes at her Quamby General Store. Residents tell the LPO when they'll be out of town And so Shell knew when two people hadn't come to collect their post that maybe something was wrong. Due to Shell's care, she went around to check in on them, and that is the reason they are alive today. It's not a small thing. As Shell says, LPOs are more than just a banking and mail service. They can be kind of a safety net, and we need safety nets in regional Australia. Quambi's nearest Australia Post outlet is in Kerrang, which happens to be 85 kilometres round trip away. That means local residents have to drive with significant inconvenience and expense on dangerous roads just in order to pick up their mail. That is not a solution. They have been let down by the current system, and Shell is doing that round trip at present off her own back without remuneration, just to keep the mail coming to town, to her general store. I respect that Australia Post has processes to follow, and I've reached out to them for a very swift resolution of
The member's time has expired, and I call the member for Whitlam.
Speaker, I rise today to recognise Dr Jodie Edwards, a UN Durable custodian who has dedicated her life to community, culture, education and language across New South Wales, including in the southern Illawarra region within my electorate of Whitlam. Jodie left school in Year 10 to support her family after her father was injured in a workplace accident. She returned to high school at the age of 26 to complete her HSC, the first in her family to do so. Jodie was awarded her PhD from Macquarie University in 2021. At the University of Wollongong, she is the Vice-Chancellor's Senior Indigenous Research Fellow with the Australian National Centre for Ocean Resources and Security. 2 years ago, the Albanese Labor government invested in the University of Wollongong's Unbroken Whispers project, led by Dr Jodie Edwards. Blending Indigenous research and modern science, Jodie and her team are tracking southern right whales, humpback whales, orcas and dolphins along Australia's east coast. Jodie's project draws on stories and knowledge from the world's oldest living culture to better safeguard our incredible ocean environment. In 2022, Jodie was named Shell Harbour Woman of the Year and Illawarra Regional NAIDOC Aboriginal Community Person of the Year for her enormous contribution to many organisations and initiatives within our community. And in 2023, she was nominated for the New South Wales Aboriginal Woman of the Year Award. I thank Jodie Edwards for her absolutely extraordinary contribution to our community. Speaker, I rise today to recognise Leanne Gordon, an extraordinary woman who has devoted the past 15 years of her life to the not-for-profit organisation True Hearts Community, which provides invaluable services to people in need in my electorate of Whitlam. True Hearts Community prepares and distributes approximately 500 food hampers each month from a community centre in Warilla. These hampers are distributed 3 times a week on Mondays, Wednesdays and Fridays and include fruit, vegetables and bakery items, as well as pantry items and meat when it's available. The hampers assist vulnerable individuals and families who are facing hardship due to financial insecurity and domestic violence. Leanne is a survivor of domestic violence herself, and she is particularly committed to helping women and children escaping domestic violence. In addition to the hampers, True Hearts Community provides a safe place where people can come for a chat over a cup of tea. I was delighted to visit Leanne and her team of volunteers in Warilla and saw for myself how they put together the hampers and provide comfort to so many families in the community. Leanne Gordon is a beacon of kindness and generosity, and I thank her sincerely on behalf of our community for the selfless and outstanding contribution she's made over the past 15 years and that she still continues to make today. Thank you, Speaker.
I thank the member. In accordance with Standing Order 193, the time for members' constituency statements has concluded, and I call the clerk.
Government business. Next order of the day, major sporting events, indicia and images protection, Amendment Bill 2026, resumption of debate on the second reading.
And I call the member for Leichhardt.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to support the bill. We'll do the legislative stuff first. This bill modernises the Major Sporting Events Act to ensure it remains fit for purpose, introduces a flexible rule-based framework to support future events, reduces the need for repeated legislative amendments and supports Australia's commitments to major international sporting events enables protections for the Rugby Union World Cup in 2027 and the Brisbane 2032 Games, protects sponsors and commercial partners from ambush marketing, and maintains appropriate safeguards, including clear statutory criteria for ministerial declarations, parliamentary oversight and exemptions for legitimate use. It's protecting IP. This is not going to come as a surprise to anybody, but I love sport. And I love these... I used to be. Thank you. I thank the member for Riverina. I take the interjection. I was really good. Nah. I love these major events. And not for the reason, not for the tourism, not for the economic development, but because it brings so many people together. The opportunity, so many memories are created with parents at sporting games, holding the hands of the little one, introducing them to the team that they love, feeling that emotion from the crowd. It's something that is an integral part of the Australian culture. And my favourite sport these days is not going to the NBL or the AFL or watching the Socceroos, as great as they are on TV, but it's local sport. It's going to watch kids playing for the first time and experiencing the rush of doing well, learning through the wins and sometimes, more importantly, the losses about what it means to be a good sport, what it means to be a teammate, what it means to be together in a moment. It is such an integral part of the development of young people, and watching my daughters play netball and AFL and go to gymnastics and watching them experience and experiment with what they can do physically and the mental aspect of the game it's one of the great joys of a parent or a grandparent and an uncle and aunt, and it is something that is inspired by these events. You know, my daughters weren't into gymnastics until the Olympics were on, and we were able to put it on in the house and go, look, this is what you can do. You can learn to tumble and learn to flip and do all these really great things. And that's how they got their interest in it. So these events are more than just the big shiny lights. They're more than the elite athletes. It's more than the cold professionalism that sometimes you find in professional sport. Playing in the United States, I was exposed to how ruthless and brutal and cold sport can be. Coming back to Australia after my professional career ended and getting back into that grassroots sport, I was reminded of what community sport is like, what community participation is like, and what events like the big ones, the Olympics, the Rugby Union World Cup, does to really lift people up, to get people excited to play again, to get out and kick the footy with their friends, or to be the next Kieran Perkins, I'm showing my age here, or Kathy Freeman, to wear that gold medal, what that must feel like, to have a crowd behind you like that. And everybody does it. Everyone's in the backyard and they play it through their heads and they've got their imagination running wild. The amount of kids who say the name of their favourite player as they shoot a basket, or as they put the Sharon off the foot, or tuck it under their arm and cross over for the try line. It's a part of growing up, and it's a part of being something bigger than yourself. You know, the last big footy game I went to, I took my daughter to watch, my daughters and my fiancée to watch Geelong versus Brisbane. And being a part of that big crowd and feeling that wave of emotion. And Renee, my fiancée, she's a Kiwi. Her ways are not our ways. She very much appreciates the All Blacks. It's not really my thing, the All Blacks, but she came to her first AFL game and was just taken aback by the community that came with it. You know, walking in to the MCG with 100,000 other people dressed to the nines in their Geelong gear. Not as many Lions supporters that day, but you know, it's Melbourne, we can't hold it against them. To have to be there to witness the mighty Lions beat Geelong and then go on to win the AFL Grand Final, it'll be a core memory for my daughters. And it was a great time to spend with my fiancée, a great bonding experience to have that together. And I look at those photos fondly, and my daughters speak about it fondly, and that's the power of these sporting events. It's bringing those families together. It's giving them those memories together. One of the earliest memories I have is with my father and grandfather taking me to watch the Ashes with Alan Border and Dean Jones and Big Merv, and you know, singing the songs in Bay 13, and that meant a lot to me. it meant a lot to my grandfather, and it meant a lot to my father to have these moments, and they're not much. And maybe they didn't mean as much to my father and grandfather at the time, but they meant the world to me. Those little moments that mean the world to a kid. My father doesn't like cricket very much, but he took me because it was important to me. And that's something that sticks with me. And I've still got the little fake autographed cricket bat in my parents' house. I don't display that because, at the time I thought it was real. I was very excited to have, both the Wars and Peter Taylor and everybody, but it just means so much. And this piece of legislation protects these games, allows the organisations that deliver them the security that they need, because they do need to make their money back. These things cost millions and millions of dollars to put on. Turning the lights on the MCG is a lot of power. Making sure that you've got all of the food and all of the vendors and everything that you need to actually put something like this on, and everything surrounding it. The people who are running it need to understand and know that they're going to get their return on investment, that they're going to be protected. And that's what this does. And it clears the way that we don't have to go through legislation every time we get a major sporting event. And I hope we get many major sporting events, because despite saying that I wasn't really that into it, it is an economic benefit. It's massive. The 2032 Olympics, there's going to be some sports held in Cairns. The hero shot from Rio de Janeiro, coming off from Christ the Redeemer, down over the Ipanema, that was awesome. I'd never wanted to go to Brazil, but after seeing that I was like, you know what? I should probably go to Brazil. I did not go to Brazil, but I thought about it. But we're going to show Cairns in that way. Coming down over the range, World Heritage Rainforest, looking out over the beautiful Coral Sea. People play a bit of football, the most popular sport on the planet. Millions of people will look at that. Millions of people will see what my city has to offer, what my region has to offer. And maybe they'll think, I'm going to swing up to Cairns, spend a bit of time. I watched my football team play there. They seem to have a good time. They beat whoever. And that's what we want. We want that knock-on effects, those economic drivers that also come along with an event such as this. But it is superfluous to me for that moment with your parents in the stands, or an uncle, or an older brother or an older sister, cheering on your team, learning what that tribalism means, to feel like you're a part of it. How many people talk about their favourite sporting club as we? Wow, we run on the weekend. Oh, I say it about the Hawthorn Hawks. I haven't kicked the football in anger for years. And the last time I did, it went really, really badly. So we identify with these sporting greats. We see ourselves in them because that's who we imagined we were when we were young. It's who we thought we could be. It shows the best part of ourselves. And running through sport and growing up that way, learning to win, learning to lose, understanding what it means that sometimes you've just got to do your best and you're not there on the day, and what that means moving forward, because not every day is a good day. And sport can help you learn that. And these events can help people to get into sport, to have those experiences. Not everyone is going to be the member for Hunter with 5 Olympics and multiple Commonwealth Games under his belt, as he reminds me, on an almost daily basis. Not everyone can be Jonathan Thurston, not everyone can be Kobe Bryant, but you can play with your friends, you can have that moment with your children, and you can enjoy all that sport has to offer. And so many sporting careers, be they Olympians or backyard warriors, have started because of these major sporting events, because they've seen something on TV and thought, I can be a part of this, I can emulate this, and I too can be the hero that I see on TV, even if it is just for the moment. So I commend this bill to the House.
I thank the member. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And it actually is very good to follow on from the member for Leichhardt, who might be a little bit humble there because he was a very, very good basketballer, not only in the National Basketball League, which is, of course, the top competition for clubs in Australia, but indeed he played a lot of regional basketball at a very high level, including at Albury-Wodonga near my electorate. and it's good that top-line players can get out into the country and show their wares too. And I commend him for his basketball career. And I will recall actually a very good basketballer when I was a basketball writer by the name of Greg Hubbard, and the member opposite would remember, having been a Illawarra Hawks or a Wollongong Hawks player, Greg Hubbard's exploits with not only the Wollongong team but also as a national player. And indeed, I always do my research, and I've also got a very good memory for sport. It's one of my favourite pastimes, but I was a sports writer. My very first job, in fact, was the ground announcer at Eric Weisel Oval, the rugby league oval in Wagga Wagga, where, as a 16-year-old, I, with a booming voice, kicked the kids off the ground at half-time. And most of the kids I was kicking off the ground and preventing from stealing the corner post, I was actually younger than. But anyway, we digress and we move on. I'm supposed to be talking about the major sporting events in DC and Images Protection Amendment Bill 2026. And the member for Leichhardt is right when he says sport galvanises Australia like nothing else. It truly does, and at the moment we're all cheering on the Socceroos. But this legislation is important because it does protect the logos and the images used in future sporting competitions. And it was interesting to attend the Wagga Tigers football and netball club's day 2 Saturdays ago when they had Ladies' Day. And interestingly, at Narandra Sports Ground on Saturday last, they had their Ladies' Day. And the number of women who attended up, some of them very, very frocked up, others dressed up with interesting colour pink hair for the special occasion, and others who just came as they normally would to the football. But having followed my youngest son, Nicholas, who played for Inner West Magpies for a number of years in the Sydney Premier Division, and seeing the difference in the crowds that city suburban competitions attract, and then country leagues attract, it's chalk and cheese. And it was interesting that Jo Heaney, who organised the Wagga Tigers Ladies' Day, actually said at the end of the day when she was thanking people for coming along, this is what country communities are all about, because they were there was camaraderie. Both teams, Turvey Park and Wagga Tigers, went back into the club rooms at the end of the game, mixing with one another, mingling, and there were hundreds of people there. And I can well recall going to a game between Inner West Magpies and Manly Warringah in the Sydney AFL, where there were 3 supporters at the ground, myself and 2 from Manly. And not rubbishing the competition, the standard of football is probably second to none, but just doesn't have the support. Because these days in the big cities, if people are going to go to the football, they go to the big competition. They'll go and watch the Sydney Swans or the Greater Western Sydney Giants play. But out in the country, it's not uncommon to have a football oval, be it Australian rules or rugby league or indeed rugby or soccer, ringed with cars not once but twice but 3 times. And you know yourself, Deputy Speaker, you spoke about Sandy Creek just yesterday and the funding that ground has received, and rightly so. I remember many times as a teenage football reporter going to Sandy Creek for the Telangana Football League Grand Finals, and was that a day when the Mountaineers came down to cheer on the Kiwis Sandy Creek against whoever they were playing in the Telangana League. But great memories, great days. And sport is important. It's also important that we protect sport. It's also important that indeed major sports are protected. And these days, given the amount of AI, given the amount of technology, given the amount of nefarious activities that do happen on a commercial basis, that we protect sport and sporting competitions and clubs at a top level and an elite level from illegal knockoffs and from misuse on trademarks and logos and the like, because it does happen, and the companies which are doing it know they're doing it, and the government has seen fit, albeit I have to say I don't think there was a lot of consultation. There there could be an argument that that it does reduce legislative transparency and concentrates powers to the executive because members of Parliament will only see decisions about proposed change to legislation and inefficiencies, etc., once they are in law. But look, the legislation change also has been initiated from the Minister, not stakeholders, and there's no time imperative on this change. But that said, as the member for Leichhardt quite correctly pointed out, these sorts of amendments, this sort of legislation is there for a purpose. I understand that. Sometimes it would be nice if the government did a little bit more consultation, and I say that with all due deference. I appreciate we've got a lot of sport going on at the moment too, with the World Cup, the FIFA World Cup. This also will protect major sporting events such as the International Cricket Council's T20 World Cup in 2020. The future World Cup. And I appreciate that it has protected previous World Cups in cricket, the 2020 series. The 2027 Rugby World Cup is coming along, and now I know the member for Leichhardt mentioned the World Game. The Rugby World Cup is a massive, massive event, and whilst I appreciate he mentioned his fiancée and the All Blacks, what a powerful organisation that team is, and I say organisation because it's almost an industry rather than a sport. But the 2028 cricket, we've got a lot of 2020 being played at an international level in that particular season. Of course, we've always got touring teams coming to Australia, but also, most importantly, perhaps the 2032 Brisbane Olympics and Paralympics. I shouldn't say Brisbane because it's going to be far wider than just Brisbane. Whilst I appreciate the Queensland capital is going to enjoy the benefits of hosting most of the big events, I'm particularly pleased that regional Queensland is going to be hosting some of those events, including, as I understand, rowing at Rockhampton. That almost runs off the tongue in a very nice way. But and I appreciate the efforts that both the current Nationals leader, I say current because he had a lot to do with it when he wasn't the leader, but he is the leader now. There's nothing going on in the Nationals that anybody needs to chip me about. But also the member for Capricornia had a lot to do with getting those rowing events and making sure that regional Queensland had a part to play in what is going to be something that will unite the whole nation, and it will. And we will all get behind our Olympians and our Paralympians. And it was great to have in Temora recently Scott Reardon and his wonderful wife, both gold medalists in Paralympics, and their speech to the young crowd was just outstanding. Now, this particular legislation, what it actually does, appreciating it came in 2014 and protected, and there has been a few amendments along the way with World Cup events in cricket and Women's World Cup, etc. What it does, it protects indicia and images to ensure that there aren't illegal activities. I would, however, just caution, and I know as a former newspaper editor that country newspapers often picked up logos and ran them on the scores to differentiate them from the rest of the regional scores. Whether or not by the time 2032 comes around there's going to be any regional newspapers left, I'm not quite sure. The way, unfortunately, they're going, the printed editions are not faring that well. But I know there was a bit of pushback at the time when I was the editor of the paper at Wagga Wagga to use the Commonwealth logo, and at the time there wasn't any legislation protecting such a usage, and the Commonwealth, the actual logo was just one of those things where the rings were considered that's the Olympics, and there was some interesting legal activity and letters written in relation to that. I think we have to be a little bit sensible about what the law comes down heavily on and what it doesn't. But the proposed legislation before the House relates to the process by which a major sporting event will be recognised via a delegated instrument, moving power from the Parliament, and this is the point I was making before, from primary legislation to the executive into delegated legislation. Now, I do hope, and I do hope that that this won't just take away the power from the Sports Minister. I stand corrected on that, but what we don't want to see is any more usurping of power from ministerial control and down the hill to the bureaucracy. And I say that, and I appreciate there are a number of people sitting behind the Labor members, and I'm not quite sure whether they're people from down the hill who I've just mentioned. I haven't besmirched you, but I do have a belief, and it's a long-held belief, that ministers are ministers for a reason, and that is because they have delegated power, they have appropriate power, and at the end of the day, they are the ones who will ultimately wear the criticism or otherwise about decisions made. It's not the bureaucrats, it's not the public service. I've got a high regard for the public service. I know the member for Sturt will have heard me say this many times. I do think there is a concern that that we are giving up too many powers to people who are not elected officials, and that does not entirely sit well with me. But the government, the Albanese government, claims this bill modernises legislation to recognise a future major sporting event via a disallowable legislative instrument, making the process more efficient. I hope that point, I hope that piece is correct and right, because and I realise that currently to recognise a major sporting event, an amendment is required to primary legislation. So we have a motion before us, before the House, to ensure that logos and trademarks and sporting events are protected. Let's not be overly bureaucratic about this. Whilst I realise that we can't have clothing companies and major media organisations pinching logos and the like to use commercially, to make money out of, there has to be some common sense at the appropriate level. Now, there is sufficient lead time for a major sporting event of international significance, i.e. World Cups and the like, major test matches, etc., to be recognised and protected under the current legislation. And whilst I get that there's long lead times for international sporting events, a la the 2032 Brisbane Olympics and Paralympics, while I realise also that stakeholders are not calling for this change, the government has seen fit. The government feels the need that this is important, that it needs to happen now, and indeed, I don't believe that the coalition will be standing in the way to seeing a blocking of this particular bill.
Thank the member. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I call the member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today to speak in support of the Major Sporting Events, Indicia and Images Protection Amendment Bill of 2026. And Deputy Speaker, I have to say I was very excited when I walked into the Federation Chamber this afternoon, and the first thing I heard was the member for Leichhardt talking about Australian legend Kieran Perkins. He is a hero of mine, and I have actually devoted a portion of my remarks this afternoon to talking about his achievements. Deputy Speaker, I was a reasonably sporty kid. I loved to train hard, compete, I loved to win, and swimming was my sport. I still love to think I got close-ish to making the 2000 Sydney Olympic Games for the 400 metres freestyle. If you think me almost halfway down a 50-metre lap and Australian legend Hayley Lewis down the other, cap and goggles removed, breathing comfortably, is close. But we can only dream, Deputy Speaker. Now, one of my fondest memories, and what I think was the trigger for me becoming a true sports lover and Olympic nut, was the 1992 Barcelona Olympic Games and Kieran Perkins' magnificent victory in the men's 1500 metre freestyle final. I had to watch the replay because I was at school when the race was swum, but I was truly inspired by his world record time, 14 minutes, 43, 48. Even better was the way another Australian legend, Glenn Houseman, raced to finish second and give Australia a 1-2 finish. Kieran Perkins became my second sporting idol after Hayley Lewis, who won a silver in the 800 metres freestyle and bronze in the 400 metre freestyle, my event, at the same Olympic Games. So I was inspired by these efforts to train harder than ever, to push myself to see how far I could go. And then I was even more inspired 4 years later when Kieran Perkins beat almost every single odd to go back-to-back in the 1500 metres final at the 1996 Atlanta Olympics. He used every single ounce of resolve, energy and mental resilience and willpower, and he touched the wall first in 14 minutes 56. And it was a brilliant call by another Australian legend, Dennis Cometti, and a truly incredible moment. As Dennis said at the end of the call, this is rare gold, the best kind of gold. An athlete basically written off by the media and his competitors was the champion again, a back-to-back Olympic champion at the tender age of 22, which is incredible. Australians love moments like these. Whether it is Kieran Perkins or Hayley Lewis or Kathy Freeman, the Australian Diamonds, the Matildas, the Socceroos, we love our sporting champions and we love these great moments. But we also love and are in awe of all of our athletes who compete in the Olympics, the Commonwealth Games, at World Cups. Now, my good friend Lisa, who will actually be in Parliament House tomorrow, told me a story of when she was watching the diving at the Paris Olympics, and an Australian diver finished 8th or 9th, not a medal winner, and one of Lisa's beautiful kids remarked that wasn't too good, 8th or 9th, and Lisa quite rightly corrected that assertion and reinforced that actually it was in fact incredibly good. It was amazing. To make the Olympics and finish 8th or 9th in the world is a truly outstanding achievement. So to all of the athletes who are heading to the Commonwealth Games in Glasgow, we are proud of you no matter what happens. And to all the athletes who are currently training in an effort to maybe qualify for the 2028 Olympic and Paralympic Games in Los Angeles or the 2032 Games in Brisbane, we are proud of you. And this Albanese Labor government supports you. And this is indicated by the $513 million commitment that the government made on 17 June 2026. This $513 million package will be delivered by the Australian Sports Commission over the next 2 years, and it includes funding for 68 sporting programs and a record $42.8 million to assist athletes with daily living and training expenses. And for some athletes, this will mean that they will actually have a real shot at qualifying for the 2032 Brisbane Olympic Games, which will be an incredible major sporting event for Australia. 1956 Melbourne, 2000 Sydney, 2032 Brisbane. So this bill, Deputy Speaker, the Major Sporting Events, Indicia and Images Protection Amendment Bill 2026, operates to amend the Major Sporting Events, Indicia and Images Protection Act 2014 to modernise the legislative framework for protecting the commercial rights associated with major sporting events in Australia. The Act aims to prevent unauthorised commercial use, including ambush marketing of protected indicia and images associated with major sporting events. Under the Act, every time a major sporting event is to be held in Australia, a bill needs to be introduced into Parliament to add the event to a schedule to the bill and make associated rules. The amendments made by this bill will see the existing schedule-based model replaced, thus removing the need for repeated primary legislation amendments every time there is a major sporting event, and to allow for the more timely recognition of those events. This means that major sporting events and associated matters can be prescribed and then repealed when the event is over by legislative instrument. The bill will also introduce criteria that must be satisfied before a major sporting event may be prescribed and on the length of the protection period. These criteria ensure that protections are applied only to events of international significance and that the exercise of their power remains targeted and proportionate. Following the enactment of the amendments, rules are intended to be developed to support upcoming events, including the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games. Now, what is behind this? So we know that traditionally, event owners rely on sponsorship revenue to stage their events, reducing the reliance on government financial support. In return for their event sponsorship, sponsors can publicise their support by using event indicia and images. But what we see is businesses that do not sponsor the events seeking to capitalise on the event by using event indicia or images, suggesting a sponsorship arrangement with that event where none exists. And this is what is known as ambush marketing by association. Such behaviour can cause confusion for the general public as to who the actual event sponsor is, thus reducing the commercial return on the sponsorship dollar. Now, if sponsors do not have certainty that they are the only business that can directly benefit from association with major sporting events, they may withdraw their sponsorship or decide not to support that event. And a decrease in sponsorship revenue could then increase the need for financial assistance from other stakeholders, including the federal government and state and territory governments. Corporate partnerships that are supported by a framework that keeps the integrity of that partnership intact are crucial for the success of major sporting events. And corporate sponsorship is also critical for sport in general, for events and competitions that might not be internationally significant, but which are still important to our national social fabric, like the AFLW or the BBLW. And most important of all, the Suncorp Super League netball competition. The grand final is this weekend. Go Adelaide Thunderbirds. I wish you well as you seek to win what will be your third flag in 5 years. Now, we don't have these competitions without government support and corporate support. Then, Deputy Speaker, if we don't have these competitions, we lose pathways for young athletes. And if there are no pathways, people stop playing sport. We know that sport for young people and community sport for people of all ages, including masters grade netballers like me, promotes the physical and mental health that we need to keep communities across this country strong. We also know we don't have sport for young people, we don't have community sport without umpires. If there are no umpires, who are often volunteers or who are often paid very small stipends, then there are no games. And this, Deputy Speaker, is why it was so disappointing to learn that a local netball club in my electorate of Sturt, that a Glenunga netball club, has recently had to consider banning spectators because of the level of abuse being directed at umpires, who are often teenagers. The abuse is coming from parents, who are adults, and has been directed at umpires, who are kids. Spectators who are angry at decisions being made by junior umpires at junior netball games, hurling abuse at the umpires to a point where the game is being ruined and the confidence of umpires is being completely shattered. Now, I was a teenage netball umpire myself back in the 1990s, and I recall how intimidating it was and how often people would yell from the sidelines that I was an idiot or didn't know what I was doing, never willing, of course, to pick up a whistle themselves. And I thought that decades on, we would be doing better. I thought we would have learned how valuable kids and community sport is and be doing everything we can to support young people who volunteer to umpire so that others can play a game. If we don't have umpires, we don't have a game. And there is nothing more important than physical activity for young people, nothing more important than providing kids with opportunities to play sport so they stay off screens and get outside. If kids who are umpiring are getting abused, they won't do it. And if the players who are witnessing this abuse, their enjoyment of the game will be diminished and maybe they'll stop playing too. It's not fun. If there's no game, there's no pathway to the highest levels of competition, to elite sport. There is less physical and mental health in the community. So if you are one of those people who hurls abuse at junior umpires, please have a look at yourself in the mirror and ask yourself if you would like to see the end of community sport. If you'd like the competition your child plays in to be wound up because no one will umpire. And then ask yourself if you're willing to put your own hand up and step in. And if the answer to any of those questions is remotely no, then perhaps it's time you retire as a spectator. Deputy Speaker, us Aussies love our sport of all levels. We love seeing people have a go. Having a go leads to improvement, to a love of physical fitness, to a determination to succeed, to a love of hard work on the training track, to a love of competition and a lifelong love of health and fitness. Let's foster this to make sure that the next generation continues to play sport and to maybe one day represent Australia at the highest level possible, the Olympic Games. I commend the bills to the chamber.
Thank the member. The question is that this bill be read a second time, and I call the member for Grey.
Thank you, Speaker. Last week, many of us had the privilege of meeting some remarkable young Australians here in Parliament House, athletes preparing to represent our nation at the upcoming Commonwealth Games. It was a powerful reminder of what Australian sport means to this country. These young men and women who have dedicated years of their lives to chasing excellence. They've spent countless early mornings at training, countless afternoons travelling to competitions and countless weekends making sacrifices while their friends enjoyed the freedoms of an adolescent life. They've quietly pursued a dream that one day they might wear the green and gold on the world stage. That dream begins long before an athlete steps onto an Olympic track or into a World Cup stadium. It begins on the ovals, country football grounds, regional netball courts and local swimming pools. It begins with children lacing up their boots for the very first time. It begins with families volunteering at local sporting clubs and regional clubs indeed run on volunteers. I'd like to thank all of those volunteers. It begins with communities investing in sporting facilities that give young Australians somewhere to train, somewhere to belong and somewhere to dream. In my electorate of Grey, I see that every single week in the most regional and remote areas of the country. In the regions, local sporting clubs are far more than places to play sport. They are the beating heart of our towns, even up in the APY lands, in the remote parts of central Australia. Local Indigenous boys and girls drive hours and hours just to play a game of footy. Is truly an incredible sight. There are where young people develop confidence, resilience, teamwork and leadership. They are where lifelong friends are formed and where communities come together. Whether it's footy, cricket, baseball, netball, hockey or athletics, regional South Australians know the enormous value that sport brings to our communities. Every time Australia competes on the international stage, another generation of young Australians are inspired. When the Socceroos take to the field, children across Australia pull on the green and gold jerseys and imagine that one day that could be them. When our cricketers compete against England in the Ashes Test, thousands of young boys and girls head into their own backyards pretending they're batting for Australia. When our Olympians and Paralympians stand proudly on the podium, they inspire countless young Australians to believe that anything is possible through hard work and determination. And that inspiration, that matters. It is why protecting the integrity of major sporting events matters. It is why protecting our official merchandise and intellectual property matters. And it's why the Parliament established the Major Sporting Events Protection Act back in 2014 under a coalition government. Speaker, this legislation serves a purpose. It protects the commercial rights associated with major sporting events by preventing the unauthorised production of official material. Or in simple terms, it helps stop counterfeit merchandise. It protects the legitimate commercial arrangements that underpin these major international sporting events. The Coalition supports that objective. Indeed, there is broad bipartisan agreement. That these protections are necessary and appropriate.
Proceed. It's a quorum.
Indeed, there is a broad bipartisan agreement that these protections are necessary and appropriate. The question before the House today is not whether those protections should exist. They already do. The real question before the Parliament is much narrower. It is about how future sporting events are recognised under the Act. Since 2014, every major sporting event covered by this legislation has been recognised through amendments to primary legislation. However, this bill proposes something different. Rather than Parliament determining which events receive protection through legislation debate and passed in this place, those decisions would instead be made by the relevant minister through delegated legislation. The government says this will modernise the process. The government says it will create efficiencies. But efficiency alone is not sufficient justification for transferring legislative authority away from the Parliament. Good lawmaking has never been solely about convenience. It has always been about accountability, transparency, and ensuring that decisions affecting Australian people receive proper parliamentary scrutiny. The philosophy underpinning our legislative system is straightforward. Matters that establish rights, obligations and legal protections should be contained in primary legislation unless there is a compelling reason to do otherwise. Speaker, delegated legislation certainly has an important role to play. It allows technical matters to be updated efficiently. It provides flexibility where circumstances...
The Federation's chamber is suspended due to lack of quorum. I will reconvene as soon as quorum is achieved. The question is that this bill will now be read a second time, and I call the member for Grey in continuation.
It provides flexibility where circumstances generally require it, but it should never become the default simply because it is administratively easier. Anyway, you get a speaker. In this case, the government has not demonstrated why such a significant change in legislative process is necessary. It seems just to be driven by the minister and not by stakeholder or community demand. It was not responding to an identified problem within the existing legislation, nor was there any pressing time imperative requiring this change. That raises an obvious question. If nobody was asking for this change, if the existing system is functioning effectively, and if there's no urgency, why are we changing what appears to be a functioning legislative process? The reality is that major international sporting events are announced years in advance. There is ample time for Parliament to legislate. History demonstrates exactly that. The ICC T20 World Cup in 2020 was recognised through legislation passed in 2019. The ICC Men's T20 World Cup in 2022 received recognition through the same legislative process. The FIFA Women's World Cup in Australia and New Zealand in 2023 was also recognised through amendments in primary legislation well before the tournament commenced. Speaker, this is a system that works. Looking ahead, we already know what major events, including the 2027 Rugby World Cup, the 2028 Cricket World Cup and the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games. And they'll have similar protections. There is absolutely no doubt there is sufficient time for Parliament to consider those matters through legislation prior to these events taking place. No compelling case has been made for abandoning that process. The government argues that because delegated legislation is disallowable, parliamentary oversight still exists, and technically that is true. But there is an important distinction. To enact primary legislation, Parliament debates the proposed law before it takes effect. Under delegated legislation, Parliament is presented with a decision after it has already become law. That represents a shift in where legislative authority sits. It concentrates greater power with the relevant minister's office, and it takes away from this very Parliament. This is not something this Parliament should endorse lightly. Speaker, while we are discussing sport, it is worth reflecting on this government's record. Because while the Labor Party frequently speaks about supporting Australian sport, its actions tell a different story. Earlier this year, around 2,000 Australian athletes were left facing uncertainty over whether their scholarships and direct support would continue beyond 30 June. That uncertainty was confirmed during Senate estimates. Australian Sport Commission Chief Executive Kieran Perkins advised that approximately 2,000 athletes depended upon this support and had no certainty about future funding. National sporting organisations similarly faced uncertainty. Government officials confirmed that around 60% of cash grants to national sporting organisations relied upon terminating budget measures. That meant Australia's high-performance sporting system faced a funding cliff. Imagine asking elite athletes preparing for Brisbane 2032 to make education, employment and training decisions without knowing whether their support would continue. Imagine asking coaches to prepare 4-year Olympic campaigns without knowing whether funding exists beyond the next financial year. That is not long-term planning. That is uncertainty. Australia is preparing to host the Olympic and Paralympic Games in 2032. Our international competitors plan across multiple Olympic cycles. Yet our own athletes have been left wondering whether funding will continue beyond the coming months. And that is simply not good enough. Equally concerning has been the government's much publicised Major Sporting Events Legacy Framework. The title sounds impressive, but unfortunately the substance is considerably less so. During Senate estimates, it became apparent that there is no dedicated funding pool underpinning the framework. There are no published grant guidelines. There are no transparent assessment criteria. And there is no competitive grants process. Instead, approximately $130 million has been allocated by the Minister on a case-by-case basis. What we have is not a genuine framework. It is a Minister with a whole lot of discretion and very little transparency. And that should concern every member of this Parliament, because transparency matters, consistency matters, accountability matters. Those same principles are precisely why the Coalition is questioning the process proposed by this bill. The government is prepared to remove transparency from sporting grants. It should not be surprised that it now asks Parliament to surrender greater oversight over legislative decisions as well. Speaker, that is not all, because grassroots sport has also suffered under this government. Evidence presented during Senate estimates revealed that participation programs including sporting schools, Play Well, local para-champions and local sporting champions now face uncertainty beyond the next 12 months. Kieran Perkins warned that sporting schools alone provides opportunities for almost 2 million Australian children to participate in free after-school sport. These are the very programs that introduce children to sport. These are the programs that identify future Olympians. These are the programs that encourage healthy lifestyles and strengthen communities. Yet ongoing funding has not been guaranteed. Instead, the sporting grants budget is projected to fall significantly over coming years. At a time when families are facing increasing cost of living pressures, community sport has never been more important. Sport teaches discipline. Sport builds resilience. Sport strengthens communities. It deserves certainty, not uncertainty. Speaker, returning to the legislation before us today, the bill is ultimately not about whether official merchandise deserves protection. They absolutely do, and the Coalition supports those protections. The issue before us is whether Parliament should voluntarily surrender a measure of transparency when no compelling justification has been provided. Good legislation should seek the appropriate balance between efficiency and accountability. In this instance, the government has demonstrated the former, but failed to justify sacrificing the latter. I note the Senate Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Bills will shortly consider this legislation, and I look forward to its assessment. Speaker, I finally return to where I began and say that this debate is ultimately about more than legislative drafting. It is about preserving the integrity of the events that inspire young Australians. When our athletes walk into an Olympic stadium wearing the Australian green and gold, they carry the hopes of an entire nation. When children wear official jerseys, wave scarves or collect memorabilia from a World Cup or Commonwealth Games, they are connecting with something much larger than the merchandise. They are connecting with aspiration. They are connecting with national pride. They are imagining what their own future might behold. Every major sporting event we successfully host and protect inspires another generation to believe that they too could one day represent Australia. As we look towards the Brisbane 2032 Olympic Games and Paralympic Games, we should absolutely continue protecting the integrity of these events. But in doing so, we should also continue protecting the role of this very Parliament. Administrative convenience should never become an excuse for reducing parliamentary oversight. Transparency remains one of the cornerstones of good government. For those reasons, while supporting the ongoing protections of major sporting events, of protecting major sporting event merchandise, the Coalition remains concerned that this bill unnecessarily transfers authority away from the Parliament without sufficient justification.
I thank the member. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Adelaide.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, the major sporting events here in Australia, they're woven into our fabric of Australian identity, whether it be the AFL that we all love, whether it be the tennis, cricket, the wonderful round ball football at the moment that we're watching Australia compete in, or whether it be motorcycle events like the MotoGP, which is currently held in Melbourne but will be held in Adelaide in 2027, and it'll absolutely be a magnificent event being the first time that it'll be on a street circuit, so we're really looking forward to it. But Deputy Speaker, all these events, they inspire our nation. They inspire the nation, the sporting events, lifelong memories. They showcase the very best of our Australian teams, our Australian participants, and of course Australia when we host these events to the world. Whether it's a packed stadium and as a young child seeing your favourite players or teams, or seeing their sporting heroes for the first time, or communities that are proudly welcoming visitors from across the globe. And these events have a legacy that extends far beyond the final whistle. But their significance extends far beyond sport itself, Deputy Speaker. Major sporting events are a very powerful driver of economic growth, tourism, employment, and international engagement, soft diplomacy. So sporting events are more than just the actual sport itself. They attract investment, they strengthen the local businesses, they showcase our cities and regions, and they encourage participation in sport across every corner of our community. And all you have to look at, for example, in South Australia is the Gather Round, how the entire nation converges for one weekend in Adelaide, and the excitement from the fans, the atmosphere in Adelaide, the restaurants, the cafes, everything is working. There's excitement, and they're wonderful events. Deputy Speaker, and I've seen it firsthand in South Australia. I've seen it in my own home state and in the city that I represent, Adelaide, the incredible impact that these events can have. So the success, for example, as I said, Gather Round, Live Golf, the Tour Down Under in Adelaide, it demonstrates, these are just some events, what is possible when world-class sporting events are brought to local communities. And as I said, looking forward to next year for the MotoGP, which will be in Adelaide for the first time, and for the first time anywhere in the world on a street track. All these events have generated enormous economic activity. They've filled hotels, supported small businesses, attracted interstate and international visitors, and showcased South Australia to audiences around the world. Beyond the economic benefits, they've created an atmosphere of excitement and an atmosphere of national and civic pride, Deputy Speaker. They bring communities together, inspire people, and reinforce those events in Adelaide that I've seen firsthand. Adelaide's reputation as a destination capable of delivering major international events. These are the kind of opportunities that major sporting events create. The opportunity before Australia over the coming decades is extraordinary. We have the Rugby World Cup in 2027, and the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games will place our nation firmly on the global stage. They'll attract millions of viewers, thousands of athletes, and countless visitors from every corner of the world. Deputy Speaker, these events represent an unparalleled opportunity to strengthen Australia's international reputation, generate economic activity, as I said, create jobs and inspire Australians to participate in their sports. But hosting events of this scale, of this magnitude, like the Olympics, the World Cup Rugby, requires more than world-class venues and passionate supporters. Yeah, the world-class venues help, the passionate supporters help, but it requires confidence. Confidence from the event owners, confidence from the investors, confidence from the sponsors and commercial partners whose contributions are absolutely essential in delivering these events. So a critical part of securing successfully hosting these international sporting events is ensuring that our event owners and their partners can protect their intellectual property rights. Major events rely heavily on sponsorship and, of course, on commercial investment. Businesses commit significant resources because they know their brands, their trademarks and commercial partnerships will be respected and protected, and they need that security and that guarantee. So if they're putting millions of dollars into a particular world-class event that's being held in Australia. They also want to know that their brands, their products will be protected and that the commercial partnerships will be absolutely guaranteed and respected and protected. Now, without those protections, the value of sponsorship diminishes. And when sponsorship is undermined, the ability to secure and successfully deliver these major sporting events or world events becomes more difficult. That's why this legislation is so important. So the bill before the House modernises the Major Sporting Events Act, and it does so to ensure that it remains fit for purpose in a rapidly changing environment. Rather than requiring governments to return to Parliament and amend legislation every time Australia secures a major event, this bill establishes a modern, flexible, rules-based framework that can be adopted to support future events. So it's, I suppose, practical reform, but an important one. It reduces the unnecessary legislative duplication while providing certainty for event organisers, investors, sponsors and the broader sporting community. Most importantly, it ensures that Australia can continue to meet its obligations when hosting international significant events. So, Deputy Speaker, the bill will enable protections to be applied to events, for example, such as the Rugby World Cup 2027 and, of course, the Brisbane 2032 Olympic and Paralympic Games. It also protects sponsors and commercial partners from ambush marketing, where organisations attempt to gain the commercial benefit from an event without actually making those investments, whether it be in sponsorship, advertising, etc. And we want to make sure that those people that do sponsor these major events, which give us the opportunity to host these events here in Australia, have an absolute security and that their investment in terms of their products and their commercially brands are protected. Those who contribute to the success of major events deserve confidence, as I said earlier, that their investment cannot be undermined by those seeking to profit from an association that they have not earned by not having supported or put in money or sponsored, etc. So it's very important to protect the sponsors. Ultimately, that then protects the integrity of the events themselves. And at the same time, Deputy Speaker, the legislation strikes an appropriate balance. It includes clear statutory criteria before protections can be declared. It maintains parliamentary oversight and it contains safeguards to ensure legitimate activities and uses remain protected. So this is a sensible framework that promotes the accountability, the transparency and the confidence, as I said earlier. So as Australia prepares to host some of the biggest events that we've had here in the world, it's also important that we protect the Australian consumer as well. Major events generate excitement, enthusiasm, but unfortunately they can also attract misleading conduct and scams. And we've seen many scams that revolve around sporting events in the past. So as an Aussie, you should be able to purchase your ticket if there's a world event being held here in Australia, your merchandise, your travel packages and experiences with confidence, knowing that the products that you're receiving are exactly what you've paid for and dealing with the legitimate providers who are offering these products. These reforms will help prevent consumers from being misled as well by businesses falsely claiming an association with an event. It'll help protect families from spending their hard-earned money on products or experiences that are not the genuine thing. And it'll ensure that the official partners whose investment makes these events possible receive the protection that they deserve, because after all, they're the ones that have invested for us to be able to host whatever particular world event it is. Ultimately, the bill reflects a broader vision, a vision of Australia as a confident host nation, a nation that welcomes the world, a nation that embraces opportunity, and a nation that understands that major sporting events are about far more than just the competition. It's about community, it's about economic growth, it's about participation, and they are also about creating memories that last a lifetime and legacies that endure for generations. And I'm just thinking on that point, the number of Australians who are over in the US, Canada and Mexico, the memories that will remain with them forever in a lifetime. Imagine if we were hosting the World Cup here, how wonderful and how magnificent it would be to kids that see our Socceroos as their heroes. But at the same time, we want to ensure that the merchandise that's being sold, the tickets that are being sold, people associating themselves with a particular event like that are the genuine real thing. So the experiences that we all get becomes the real thing as well. Another great event that's going to be hosted in 2027, the Rugby World Cup, and of course the Brisbane 2032 Olympics, even greater opportunities for investment and for kids to see their heroes and be able to participate in wonderful events. And these events will remain with them forever and a day. It's also an opportunity to showcase Australia to the world, an opportunity to inspire the future generations, and an opportunity to strengthen our economy, our communities for years to come. Deputy Speaker, major sporting events leave memories that last a lifetime. This legislation ensures that those memories are built on trust, integrity and fairness, protecting consumers, supporting those that invest, and helping Australia continue to host the world's greatest sporting moments. The successes of events, like I said, of Gather Round in South Australia and Live Golf has shown what happens when Australia gets it right. We see in my electorate, when these events are being held, the pubs are absolutely filled, local restaurants, cafes, businesses, there's jobs that are created and communities coming together in a celebration that extends far beyond the sporting arena. We see people inspired, local economies strengthened, and our cities are showcased to the world. Deputy Speaker, the Rugby World Cup and the Olympics and Paralympic Games present an even greater opportunity. As I said, they're going to offer Australia the chance to welcome the world, to demonstrate our hospitality and sporting excellence, and to leave a legacy that will be felt long after the medals and awards and the crowds have gone home. But the legacy depends on that trust. It depends on ensuring that those that invest have those rights that they have agreed to, and those people that are purchasing products know that they are genuine products. Deputy Speaker, trust from the sponsors and investors for their contribution will be protected with this bill, and trust from everyday Australians that when they attend, when they participate or support these events, they'll be treated fairly and protected from misleading and deceptive conduct. That is exactly what this legislation delivers. It strengthens the integrity of the events that we host, it protects the consumers, it supports the investment, and it ensures that Australia remains one of the world's most attractive destinations for major international sporting events. We just have to get the Mondial World Cup here at some stage in the future. And I'm sure that will happen in the future, maybe not in my time, but it'll be wonderful to host the World Cup, the Soccer World Cup or Football World Cup here, because when the world turns its attention to Australia, we want it to see a nation that's confident, capable, innovative and ready to seize every opportunity, Deputy Speaker. So the bill is more than protecting logos and trademarks. It's about protecting Australia's reputation, safeguarding the economic benefits, ensuring that future generations inherit a legacy of opportunity, pride and success. Deputy Speaker, a nation that delivers sporting events with integrity, excellence and a vision for the future, that's what this bill is all about.
And I thank the member for Adelaide. The question is that this bill be now read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Durack.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak on the Major Sporting Events Indica and Images Protection Amendment Bill 2026. The one thing that unites Australians, and even more so here in Parliament House, is sport. Whether it be AFL, rugby, basketball, cricket or soccer, Australians certainly know how to unite and to barrack for their team. The current FIFA World Cup has shown this. Whether you're in Fed Square in Melbourne, the local tavern in a regional community, or in the office last Friday at lunchtime, Australians everywhere united behind the Socceroos to get them through to the next round of 32. The celebrations of the players when the full-time whistle was blown was inspiring and proved that we are at our best when we are united. Whilst there was plenty of joy and excitement in those celebrations, I sensed that there was also relief and joy. Relief that after all those years of training, using every spare hour to make the dream of representing Australia at the World Cup, the dream finally became a reality. No matter where the players are from, their backgrounds or their beliefs, they were proud to be wearing the green and gold on the world stage, and we were and continue to be proud of them. Young Australians right across Australia are dreaming of their own moment of sporting glory. Little do they know that among them is the next Nat Fyfe or the next Ariana Titmus or Pat Cummins, even the next Cathy Freeman or Ash Barty. That dream is born out of the pride they have in watching their current sporting heroes currently on the national and international stage, created by major sporting events. I turn now to the legislation before us. The Major Sporting Events, Indicia and Images Protection Act 2014. This Act protects the commercial rights associated with major sporting events in Australia, protecting against fake merchandising. This bill amends the Act by changing the process by which a major sporting event will be recognised. It does so by proposing that events are recognised by a delegated instrument, moving power from the Parliament and instead giving power to the Executive. The government claims this bill modernises legislation to recognise a future major sporting event via a disallowable legislative instrument, making the process more efficient. However, whilst some may claim that it might create efficiencies, it does so by trading off on transparency. Members of Parliament will only see the decisions once they are law. This debate is not whether indicia or images should be protected or not, because they already are. And of course, we all agree that they should be protected. The debate is on the philosophy of legislating. The key theme of legislating is that all laws should be placed in primary legislation, in the power of the legislature, unless it is critical to do otherwise. There has been no argument made by the government as to why it is critical to change the legislative process within this amendment bill. Under this current Act, Australia has hosted numerous major sporting events that have been legislated under this Act. These include the Women's 2020 T20 Cricket World Cup, the Men's 2022 T20 Cricket World Cup, and the record-breaking Women's Soccer World Cup in 2023. There are also other major events in the future to be recognised by this Act, such as the 2027 Rugby World Cup, the 2028 Men's Cricket World Cup, and the 2032 Brisbane Olympics and Paralympics. I am sure many Australians are counting down for these events, as am I, events that will unite our great nation once again. Australians, well, we all know, Deputy Speaker, they love their sport, but they love their sporting stars even more. And Australians expect its government to do all it can to help our sporting stars to reach their potential. So, sadly, the Albanese government has a poor track record when it comes to supporting our sporting stars, often leaving them in the lurch. In Senate estimates, Australian Sports Commission CEO Kieran Perkins, another superstar, confirmed that circa 2,000 athletes currently receive direct athlete support. However, they have no certainty their scholarships will continue beyond today. These are athletes who've been asked to make major career and education decisions with no idea if they will continue to be supported by their government. With the next Olympics just 2 years away and Brisbane on the horizon, this is disgraceful, and we should do better. In contrast, the US and China both operate on multi-year funding cycles to give their coaches and athletes genuine long-term certainty. Adding further weight to this, the government has dealt a $182 million blow to grassroots sport. Programs such as sporting schools, Play Well, local para-champions and local sporting champions are all facing uncertainty beyond the next 12 months. The sporting school program alone has 2 million children participating in free after-school sport this year alone. The government wants to strip the ongoing funding for these programs, slashing the sporting grants budget from $330 million in 2025-26 to $151 million in 2029-30, almost half. These programs help millions, particularly young Australians, stay active, connected and involved in sport. By cutting support for community, school and disability sport programs, families and local clubs across regional Western Australia will be hit particularly hard. Instead of backing grassroots sport, Labor is more interested in protecting their bottom line and creating more uncertainty for the organisations delivering these programs. The Coalition supports the protection of indicia and images for major sporting events. The government has not made a clear case as to why the Parliament should lose transparency and concentrate powers into the Executive and the Minister of the day. I do note that the Scrutiny of Bills Committee will convene tomorrow to consider this bill, and I will be monitoring the progress with interest. Now, this is more than just about legislation. This is about protecting the integrity of events that inspire our young Australians to dream about playing on the MCG or at Wimbledon. When our athletes wear the green and gold, they carry millions of Australians with them, literally on their back. The merchandise worn in stadiums around the world and in schoolyards are symbols of aspiration and of national pride. The fabulous international sporting events that Australia has hosted and will be hosting in the future must be protected to continue to inspire the next generation of sporting stars. While the debate here this evening in this chamber is about process and legislative structure, the impacts will be felt beyond Parliament. It will be felt in backyards, school ovals and every Australian who dreams of representing Australia. So I'd like to close because I really would like to take this opportunity to wish the Socceroos all the very best against Egypt this Saturday. We will be watching very early from Western Australia, and I know that the Socceroos will give it everything, they will give it all and make Australia proud. So come on Socceroos, Aussie, Aussie, Aussie.
Oi, oi, oi. Hear, hear. And I thank the member for Durack. Now the question before the Federation Chamber is that this bill be now read a second time. There being no further speakers, I'll put the question. All those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. I think the ayes have it. The clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the Major Sporting Events Indicia and Images Protection Act 2014 and for related purposes.
And I thank the clerk. If no member wishes to consider the bill in detail, I'll put the report question immediately. The question now is that this bill be reported to the House without amendment. All those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you. So we'll now move to the adjournment. I call the member for Caldwell.
I move that the Federation Chamber do now adjourn.
I thank the member for Caldwell. Is the motion seconded? And I thank the member for Nichols. The question now is that the motion be agreed to. All those of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The Federation Chamber stands adjourned until 9:30 a.m. tomorrow, Wednesday, the 1st of July.